So, ladies and gents, official welcome from the Transport Forum. Proudly doing this RTMS workshop in collaboration with Standard Bank, and obviously all the great sponsors that we're going to introduce to you just now. Those of you who haven't noticed yet, the restrooms, when you exit that last door there, gents on the left, ladies on the right. So it's just directly when you exit the venue, you'll find the restrooms. Further, the people on YouTube and Zoom, the people on Zoom, you're welcome to please keep yourselves on mute. Otherwise, the entire audience can hear you. But during discussions and so on, we will also give the YouTube people and Zoom people an opportunity to talk. Also, there will be the 1 or 2 presentations that will be done virtually, but you guys will be able to see it obviously on the big screen. So, ladies and gents, the formal welcome will be done by Standard Bank. I'm going to hand over to Standard Bank just now, but we're going to have a little bit fun first. We've got nice exhibitions out there. So I'm going to walk to the people with the camera and a microphone. I'm going to give them opportunity to introduce themselves to you, and also that the YouTube and Zoom people can see them, the tables out there. So we're going to walk out there. You can just stay in your seats, and then we're going to talk to you from outside. So let's have a little bit fun. Testing 1, 2. There we go. All right, we're talking now to In Control. I'm going to hand over to Kobus.
Thanks, Harry. I'm really excited to be here today, part of this workshop. And In Control is one of the first software that can actually help with the compliance of your RTMS certification, to help with it, that you implement it much easier in your business. And we've also designed the system to be modular, in the sense that you can start slow and only do certain parts of your business, like the shipment process. Then you can add HR, then you can add your assets and so on until you get to the full compliance. But software that helps you implement RTMS is what we do. So excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, In Control. Let's give them a hand.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cindy. This is my colleague, Caden, and we are here representing ASCIA, the Africa Supply Chain Excellence Awards. And it's in its 4th year, and these unique, prestigious awards celebrate remarkable achievements of Africa's organizations, demonstrating supply chain excellence. We would love to hear your success stories, so now is the time to enter. If you want more information, come and chat to us.
Thank you so much. Exciting news here. Ladies and gents, now we've got ATT.
Hi, everyone. We are auto and truck tires, but we also have a mining division called ATT Mining Services. And we are definitely one of the leaders in the tire industry.
We're all the biggest rethreading facility in the world under one roof.
And contact us today for your complete tire solutions.
I'm with them. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand as well. Right, ladies and gents, now we with Reinhardt Transport.
Good morning, everyone. I'm George Mokwena from Reinhardt Transport, one of the leaders in the South Tipper industry. Our head office is based in Nigel. We are proud to be RTMS accredited. You are more than welcome to come and visit our table after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reinhardt Transport. Let's give them a hand. Right, we're walking over to JC Auditors.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Always a pleasure to be at the Transport Forum events. We look forward to some meaningful engagements today. And essentially, as you can see from the banner behind me, we offer a full solution to all road transport compliance and safety systems, in addition to other industries as well. We're passionate about promoting safety, compliance on the roads, And we look forward to some really good discussions today. And yeah, to talking to the main delegates that are here. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, JC auditors. Let's give them a hand. Ladies and gents, now we're with Olga Mashilo. She's from Rebelling Bontle Consultant, and she's also administrating the Transit Forum's Business Directory. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everybody. As Harry mentioned, Olga Mashilo from Bolengwentla Consultant. My company deals with compliance, research, and also business leads. However, I'm the business administrator for Transport Business Directory listing, where you list your business for 450 per annum, and you'll be able to access opportunities and also access events. Signing up with Transport Forum is free. However, the listing of your company on our business directory, it's 450. So with the business directory, in most cases, you find people asking what else is available for them. We always talk about our sponsors. Who, for example, the RTMS, they ask a lot of questions about RTMS, and I'm happy that today the event like this is happening, hoping they will also take it next time to Limpopo, because as most of the mines in Limpopo are asking why is it important for them to have RTMS. So hoping my Limpopo people have arrived also here to see and hear for themselves with regard to the importance of RTMS, that the design on the trucks, the diamond on the trucks ensures that the traffic cops don't always stop them, because they know when you stop this truck, this one is always compliant from the driver to the vehicle itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Let's give you a hand. Right, my job now is to hand you over to Stand then, Kathy Bell. Kathy, thank you very much for all the hard work you guys are doing. Really proud being associated with this brand. Thank you, Stand.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, come down. Good morning, everyone. My name is Busisu Estole, Head Local Market for the Emalahleni Business Center, looking after all business in Witbank, Middleburg, and the surrounding areas. We're very excited to be here today, partnering with RTMS. Thank you so much, facilitated by our specialist here, Kathy Bell. I'm not alone, I'm with my team. My relationship managers are here at the last table over there, together with our head of vehicle and asset finance, Ray van Rooyen, who's also here with us today. So, like I said, we're excited to be partnering and be with you today, the very core of South Africa's economy. You the guys that keep us alive, basically. You the guys that make sure that this economy, number one, employs people, you put food on the table. And our goal here is to make sure that we grow you. South Africa is a home, we drive her growth. How do we do that? We do that by making sure that you, the very core of our economy, are being serviced properly and you get the right resources, number one, to make sure that the funding for your business is there, the transactional ability for your business exists, the investment opportunities for your business are there, the cover, whatever risk cover it is that you're looking for, and ensuring opportunities for your business are there. So thank you for allowing us to be a part of this from the RTMS group. We're excited to be here. Should you wish to engage with us, like I said, we're there with the team at the back, and welcome to this wonderful event. I'm hoping that a lot of us will start wonderful relationships going forward from today. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kathy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to do what I hate doing, and that's standing still and talking to you. It's almost as if I can't do this and not walk and talk. Akafal. So thank you. A huge big welcome on behalf of the RTMS Steerco. Dr. Paul Nordingen is one of the directors from the RTMS Steerco. He's also going to be presenting, but it's really, really lovely to see the turnout and the support for best practice. So we're really excited. We've specifically chose to do eMalahleni because of it being pretty much where there's been some challenges and opportunities. And obviously, a lot of the commodities need to move in spite of some of the issues that we've had, which I know is going to be quite exciting. So some of the speakers to look forward to is we've got Ian Bird from the NLCC. So he's going to give a great update on the current progress that's been made with the National Logistics Crisis Committee, and that is dealing with obviously the ports, improvement on the ports, on the border posts, unblocking the logistics, and I'll give a bit of input around that, which is quite exciting. And then of course we've got some awesome operators that also happen to be customers, so it's going to be really, really good. What I wanted to just mention briefly is, although we don't have a bus presentation today, we've got quite a few. There's more than 2,500 buses that are part of RTMS certification. And we also have some operators in the room. Okay, they're not here yet, but they also run commercial contracts for mines, for employees transport. So it's really a standard that really drives safety. And I think, and all the sponsors, each one's had an opportunity to introduce themselves. Without all the partners, we prefer to call them partners, and also young Harry from the Transport Forum, which creates the platform for this particular event. We also have quite a few people online that are also participating. So those that can't make it, travel all the way to the awesome eMalahleni, they can then also view online. So thank you. Welcome, everyone. And this is a great turnout for the standard. We also have one of our certification bodies that's on site today. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the benefits of RTMS and a bit of that kind of discussion, we also have presentations. We've got 2 CBs currently that support the RTMS certification, which is obviously JC Auditors and Zolovex. So they also give you some insight. So welcome, and welcome to all the partners. And also we have a new presentation today that's never been done before, and that is the guys from RTG. So that's quite exciting. It's lovely when your ability to be persuasive is effective, because then you get a great turnout and you get presentations from companies that really do amazing things and are so committed. I want to echo what Busi said. Thank you, Busi. And that is really that we are here to support the industry and literally road transport without trucks, to quote RFA and young Mr. Gavin Kelly, South Africa staff. So thank you, everyone. Welcome and enjoy. Right, next. Right here, so it's also my job to introduce. So next we've got one of our partners, John Smith. He's going to do a presentation from ATT. It's also first for them to be partnered with the RTMS team. So welcome, John.
Thank you, everybody. Kathy, I'm like you. I also want to take the mic out and walk around with it. I'm glad to see some of our customers and our partners in the room, so that's nice to see. Just want to check if my phone is on silent. I read an article last week on the average time frame people spend on a phone call. They say when a wife phones her mother, it's about 13 minutes and 11 seconds. When a wife phones the mother-in-law, it's about 9 minutes and 12 seconds. When a wife phones her best friend, it's 19 minutes and 7 seconds. They say when a guy phones his mother, it's about 3 minutes. When he phones his best friend, 1 minute flat. When a mother-in-law phones her son-in-law, 7 missed calls. Thanks, guys, for allowing, and girls, for allowing me. We're not going to be too technical and too much information. Like my team said, we've got to stand outside. And please come and spend some time with us there, have a chat. We are in the mining sector, but also in the normal transport sector. That Reinhard's one of our customers, so we thank you for your time. This is our main motto. We sell the correct tire to our customer. Later on, you'll see we're a multi-branded company. So, you know, and unfortunately, the likes of Trent Tire and Maxi Press, the guys that know them, they're not with us anymore because they sold the tire that was in their store. So they belong to a group of companies and they only can sell that tire. We can sell you the tire that's best for you. We're not affiliated to any tire company. We make sure that it's based in CPK class. Just a quick brief. We were founded in 1987. That's just at the bottom there, the size of our company. But it's not about that. It's about we partnering with our customers. And our partners and our customers understanding it's a win-win. And that's when we'll win. It's not about the size of the company. It allows us then to service our customers on a national basis. I just want to put this thing up a little bit. We've acquired a couple of companies during this period. And what we did there is we bought some other companies. It's just, again, not to boast in size, but to make sure that we can service our customers throughout South Africa, but also throughout Africa. Just a brief on our company culture. Our motto has been since 1987 that we're customer driven. It's important for us to make sure that our customer is number one in our lives. Sometimes when a company gets big, you get lost in SOPs and you get lost in the internal things and you forget about the real reason why you're there, and that's the customer. And that's what we always want in our mind. We build relationships, like Kathy said, we also see it as partnerships, continuous improvement. So we're looking at technology to help us giving our customers the best in class. We aim to be a leading organization. Just what that means is we want our staff, the person that's actually doing the job, standing up and say, hey, I think we can do this better this way. And that's what we like to invest in our people and upskill our people as well. And we promote continuous feedback. What we mean by that is we want our customers to have the information. If you haven't got the information, how do you manage your business? Just a brief overview. I'm not going to go through all of those. That's just our locations with the ATT warehouses and branches that we've got. We also got a national breakdown, a partnership with 140 plus partners that carries consignment stock. So we're able to offer our transporters set price on breakdowns throughout South Africa. So there's no nasty surprises. And that's our warehouses where we are available to our customers, obviously. We've got a all-in-one solution. Again, I'm not going to read through all of that. If we can just take a minute at the solution part. One of the ladies outside mentioned that we got the biggest retailing factory under one roof. We're also the only retailing factory in Africa, we don't know how many in the world, that's got an NFC reader tag that we apply to every single casing that we collect from our customers. So what does that mean is that we can track, but also our customer can track the actual tire to see when was it collected, when was it delivered to us, when did we recap it? What did we do with the tire? When did you receive it back? So there's a tool for our customer to say, manage your tires. You've got it on your smartphone. You can download an app and we help you with that. And you can at any time go and scan any tire. And you know that tire that lies somewhere in your yard, go and scan the tire, the tag. It tells you exactly what happened with the tire. So that's what we do. That report also helps you to manage your tires and to also manage us. We've got a rim engineering shop, powder coating. We also got to do foam filling on AMS side, which is the other company I'm going to briefly speak about after this. And then we've got a 24-hour breakdown service. That means one number that you phone, one set pricing on specific tire sizes, no nasty surprises. Just some of the sectors that we're in. You can read through there. I'm going to read through all of that. We try and, again, be that one solution offering to our customers in all the industry. Sometimes you've got some forklifts, but you also got some trucks. Sometimes you're in the mining industry, but you got some trucks. So we want to service you a complete solution. Just the channels, we've got one contact center in Whitehall, which is our head office, and that services throughout South Africa. So that's a one solution, one point of solution for you, but you also got a sales executive that looks after your account. We invested in technology quite a bit. Again, that's to minimize downtime, to ensure we maximize our service to our customers. These systems there's a tire management systems that all links in and all integrates to our systems, and it allows our customer to get reporting and manage reporting. Some of our brands just on the left-hand side at the bottom. Like you heard, we've got a retailing plant. We multi-branded in a sense of we offer a budget range when it comes to retailing and new tires. We also offer a mid-range and we also offer a premium range. What does that mean? That's based in CPK. So premium to us is not necessarily the cheapest tire or the most expensive tire. It's the best in CPK, cents per kilo charge. We offer the ring thread process. You'll see one of the samples outside. Ring thread, just for the guys and girls that doesn't know, it's a solid ring that's applied to a casing. So that's obviously a best in class as well. And we do normal rethreading. Just on the right-hand side, that's our premium products when it comes to our truck tires and some of our OTR and tractor tires. I mean, the black line is a product that we import, but we're so confident in that product. If you got a fleet and we got to test that tire against whatever brand, I'm not going to mention the names here on the brands, but whatever brand you're currently using, we're so confident in that product that we say we will offer you a CPK guarantee on our product against whatever other product it is. If we should lose it, we will give you the money and the difference back. That's our confidence, because, you know, us in the tire industry, sometimes every tire guy that comes and see your girl, their tires are the best. But let's put it to the test and say, here's our guarantee. That's something different. Just on the certification, currently the ATT side, we're level 6, but we will be a level 4 by the end of this financial year. On AMS, we're level 2. We've ISO accredited with our factory, and then we also got our rim division is also accredited. Just briefly on the forklift, I'm not going to read through all of this, just to give you the offering. We've got a forklift solution offering. So if you've got solid tires running in your fleet forklifts, through outside Africa, we've got a mobile solution. We come to your site, we change the tires on site, and it obviously minimize your downtime. So we've got that offer solution for you as well. On the fleet solution, just briefly, we offer tire management systems. We can help you run your own system, but we can also offer you a system. What does a system entail? It gives you live information. So it's a Bluetooth. As soon as your fitter measure the actual tire, it uploads it to your system, and you've got the information immediately. Again, it helps you to minimize, mitigate, and make sure to plan for future. And obviously look at the best tire for your operation. Tire maintenance is key for us. We can assist you, helping you with implementing systems. We've got a truck drive-through system, the national breakdown system I spoke to you about. We just recently launched our one set pricing through outside Africa. There's not many other suppliers that can do that. So again, no nasty surprises when you get that invoice. Rethreading services, our factory does about 1,000 retreads a day to the factory. So we obviously hope that we know what we're doing, and the quality of the product that we give you is to a standard. We've invested a lot in technology into our factories, as I mentioned, the NFC tag. We've also a lot of technology when it comes to our curing chambers, which I'm not going to get into technical, and the rim and powder coating division that we've got. That is ATT. So please come and make a turn by us. That's the ATT side is obviously your trucking side and your passenger and your forklift and tractor. And then on AMS is more the mining side. So I'm just going to quickly share that with you. Thanks, guys. So yeah, I'll be quicker with this one. This is AMS, so it's our mining solutions company. Just on the mining, we've established in 2018. We've got a lot of expertise in this division. We understand it's a different division to be in. It's a lot of technical information that's got to go into this, a lot of work that you got to do, a lot of testing that you got to do. We also level at our Steelport branch, we're level 2 BEE contributor, and we also ISO accredited. This slide I've showed you before on the previous one, so it's just acquired. Our footprint, we've got a different footprint on AMS, obviously, more selective to the mining industry. There you can see, but we'll share the information with you afterwards as well. Just a complete, again, we want to offer you the complete solution. I just need to put my glasses on because it's a little bit. Again, we want to be the leader when it comes to the tire supply on your mining solutions. And just if you want to look at that third one, they're committed to excellence applying industry best practices. That is, it's all in the proof is in the pudding. So you got to put the tires to test. You got to put your word. If your yes is your yes, you got to stand with your word. You're going to make sure that what we promise, we actually deliver. That's a key for us. Just on some of the products that we offer, new and used tires, multi-branded again. We multi-branded. We new and refurbished rims. We've got a plant that we actually build rims as per spec. It's a ISO accredited plant as well. We do on-site facilities. We do breakdown site severity studies. And on the off-site side, you'll see the rim engineering. There's the certificate. We do repairs. We just launched a repair chamber in Witbank that's doing OTR repairs, one of a kind. we do fitments, and then we do also specialized transport. Just some of the industries we in: underground, surface, quarry and construction. Again, we try to be a full solution. Equipment and facilities, we obviously have the tire handlers. That's a key for the industry. The repair facilities I just mentioned, that's a state-of-the-art, just recently launched repair facility. Our turnaround time on those are below standard, way below the time frame when the industry standards. Do abnormal loads, pre-owned tires, and then also we multi-branded. Again, on the multi-branded, we do the normal. Maybe on the next slide I can show you the normal brands. That's our brands, the Tekking, the Tianli and Triangle. But we also offer the other legacy brands, if you want to call it that. Again, cost per hour. You got to do the testings. Again, it comes to what do we prove? What can you show the customer? Just some of the studies that we do. Obviously, we've got a Mapleton fill plant, so we do the foam fill, virgin foam fill. And then we also recently launched our Steelpoort branch with a foam fill. The rim engineering plant, that's also a full tire management system. It's ISO accredited, and we can do up to 63-inch rims in our facility. And then lastly, just some of the customers that we're currently dealing with. Again, that's just to show you and accredit it what we actually do. So please come and have a chat with us afterwards. It's really for us to build partnerships with our customers. When we say something, we want to deliver what we say. It's really about, the industry, the transport industry and the mining industry, I suppose. It's not, if you look at it 20 years ago, there was serious margins that the customers were making. And unfortunately, it's not there anymore. So what do we got to do as suppliers? We got to make sure that we impact your business by reducing your costs. That's the key. And hopefully that will then prove to you that we to have a partnership with you. Thanks for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, John. That was very insightful. And there are some tires roundabout on the side for you to have a look at. So next up, we've got Antoinette. She's from In Control, also one of the partners. Thank you. Yes.
Welcome everyone from myself and the team at In Control to this RTMS workshop. Today, a dozen speakers are going to tell you all about RTMS SANS 1395. They're going to tell you about how it's impacted the transport industry as a whole, how it's impacted the specific businesses and individuals that have taken it on board. And they're going to tell you how it's making South Africa's roads safer. And I'm not going to repeat them here, because as you listen to them, you'll hear about fleet management and asset management and driver management and fatigue management and audits and compliance. And it will all start to sound a little bit overwhelming. And it is. It's a lot. And that's what we want to come and help you with. We want to make it all easier and simpler. You cannot argue with the results that RTMS gets. That's why we have modulated a system that will take care of all of that for you. Shipment management, truck and tire management, HR, and compliance, all in one seamless system. We call it our very own RTMS of In Control. That is reports, time, monitoring, and simplicity. So first, we're going to go to reports, and you'll see some of them at the slides here at the back. There are quite a few things to keep track of with RTMS, And many companies tackle this problem with a series of spreadsheets. Over 40 spreadsheets sometimes that have to be kept up to date every day. And then by the time the auditor arrives, everything is a mess and we have to spend weeks catching up. Working on these spreadsheets is not the way that we think it should be done. All of this should be done as part of your everyday work. Checklists completed, on in control. Shipments, driver loads, hours, EPODs signed off, all on in control. Training documented, tires checked. You think you know what's happening in your business, but do you really? That is where the reporting will give you all the answers you need. Everything that has been done, is going to be done, or should really have been done already, will all be on a single page view. We have designed reports to answer every question the auditor might ask you and every question that you need to know about the business for yourself. Who has and hasn't filled in their checklist this morning? Which trucks are due for maintenance or which are overdue? Why does your fuel consumption look like that? Are you burning money or is there something to be done about it? And once we link up with your chosen telematics, you can stop the speeding as it happens. And that's where the second part comes in. R, reports, T, time. It's all very good and well to know why an accident happened 3 months after it happened. But what about right now? In Control's reports are 100% live. Before the trucks leave the yard in the morning, you already know who hasn't filled in their checklists, who has, and which red flags have come up. No, Johnny, you can't leave the yard if your brake lights aren't working. That is an accident waiting to happen. And if you didn't sleep well last night, well, then you're not leaving either, because fatigue management is part of RTMS and it is part of the In Control checklists. The only way you and your team can have control over everything is if you can see it live. Now, these dashboard reports that we're showing you here, it has the general information, and then it also has what we call the incidents or the red flags. These are exceptions, things that are going wrong, so that your team can respond to it right away. If maintenance is overdue, your team needs to know last week, not 2 days after it's overdue. You don't need to spend the time figuring out what's going wrong. You can see it right live on the dashboard. And a lot of our clients use those dashboards right up on TV screens in their operation rooms so that everyone knows what's happening as it's happening. The next then is monitor. So that's R, reports, T, time, and then M, to monitor. Now that your team are busy putting out all the fires, you can sit back and relax, right? You can put your feet up. And yes, you can, because now that you have the reports and they're all on time, the business will continue to run like a well-oiled machine, and anything that happens will pop up and they'll deal with it. But sitting back and waiting is probably not how you got to where you are today. And that's where the monitoring comes in. Now you can look at specific instances and start to polish your business to a shine. Fleet number 32 seems to be consuming more diesel than it should. And perhaps we should have the workshop check in on that. Click, and the fleet's booked out. The workshop can deal with it and we can find out why it's leaking oil all over the cement. And we've paid out a couple of fines this year for drivers not crossing lanes correctly. Maybe some extra training can save us thousands in the future. Monitor your whole business from the smallest details to the overall trends to determine your business future. Have you ever really been in control? What would happen if you were? What would you change in your business? And then the last part. So we have the reports. They're all on time and we're monitoring them to make improvements. The magic that puts this all together is simplicity. Simplicity is doing the same thing every day. It's having your staff do their jobs and only their jobs. Nothing unnecessary, nothing extra. Nobody has time for nonsense and unnecessary admin. So right now, compliance, may seem like a boss looming over you, looking for faults and searching into the nooks and crannies of your business. But with In Control, compliance is more like the receptionist. You greet her every morning as you come in, say hi, and she's always there, chatting in the background, greeting guests, but she's not part of your day-to-day operations because she shouldn't be. Running a business is complicated and your system doesn't have to be. That's why we've designed In Control to be intuitive and user-friendly. No more paperwork, no more stress, no more wasted time, no more weeks of preparing for an audit. Because really, you're auditing your business on a daily basis by looking at those dashboards. And you should be able to watch your whole business from afar. Check in on your phone to check your dashboards. Confident, efficient, profitable. Should be simplicity itself. So again, that's R time, T reports, M monitor, and S simplicity. If you would like to know more about how we do it, we're right when you get out of the door to your right, sorry, to your left. And please feel free to ask us, feel free to challenge us, and we will explain to you exactly how this is done. Thank you very much.
Sorry, there's a little bit of interruption. Harry's going to see what he can do to try and reduce that interruption. So next up, thank you so much, the In Control team. Antoinette, great job. It really brings together the simplicity and effectiveness of what In Control does around monitoring, control, identification. If you ain't going to manage it and you don't measure it, RTMS is not going to work for you. Good. Next up, we've got the sales manager for Afrit. I think everybody knows about Afrit, and what is quite interesting, quite exciting is Afrit is also one of the trailing supply companies that has also developed PBS combinations. And I believe that technology has also helped standard combinations in terms of improvements, in terms of stability, etc., etc. So welcome, Meneer. It's a first for the Afrit team, joining an RTMS as a partner, so that's quite exciting. All yours, Meneer.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charles van der Walt. I'm from Afrit Trailers. Together with Leon van der Wetering and our sales team, we head up the sales function of the business. Thanks for having us, Kathy. It's a privilege to spend the day with suppliers and partners and friends in the industry. I'm just going to run through a quick information session on what we do, just share some info on the industries we serve. I've got a video, but I'll end up with that. Afrit, we see ourselves as the leading trailer manufacturer in Africa. We currently estimate ourselves as having a 35 to 40% market share in South Africa, but we cater and we service countries as wide as Tanzania, Ghana, and all the other southern neighboring countries. We are slightly under pressure in those markets with the Chinese trying to flood where they can. But we're confident that sticking to the technology and the equipment that we use at a competitive price that we'll regain some market share in the coming years. Our company's more than 60 years experience. It's a second generation family business being run by brothers and cousins, the Van der Weterings. They all still hands-on involved in the business, each looking at a different division of the company. Our production plant's based in Roslyn, 78,000 square meter facility. And if the market allows, we can manufacture anything up to 7,000 trailers a year. We employ in the region of 1,000 people, and that can go up to about 1,500 if the market allows for the growth. We have an in-house design facility with 23 dedicated design engineers. We do approximately 80 new trailer designs per year. That's also giving us a competitive advantage. We don't only cater for certain industries. We look at customers' special needs and design according to that. We stock anything in the region of 6,500 tons of steel at any given time. We've got a massive components manufacturing plant that processes up to 2,000 tons of steel per month. So we basically manufacture all the steel components of the trailer ourselves. We make use of state-of-the-art equipment, robot welders, laser cutters, and we also make use of high tensile steels that we import from countries like Sweden, but also use a lot of other local content where we can get the correct quality. Automation, as I mentioned, is a driving force behind our production process. We've got 5 dedicated production lines, each focusing on a specific line of product, but we are also flexible in that regard. So if, for instance, the tipper line has got a lower demand of work because the market's under pressure, we can scramble it around and lift production on, say, flat X or sliding curtain combinations. Just a little bit about the other companies as part of our group. Afrit focuses on new trailer sales, but we've got partners like Atlas Truck Center. Atlas Truck Center is our dedicated used dealer that focuses on trading in and selling of used trucks and trailers. So a lot of our customers will approach us with older fleets that they'd like to exchange for new fleet or different types of trailers. And Atlas looks after that part of our business. Then we've got Puma Finance. Puma Finance we established, and we're not competition with Standard Bank, Kathy, but yeah, we established Puma Finance, I think around 2009, when the banks were a little bit tough on financing trailers. We had to look at other means of getting our product into the market. I think currently we finance in the region of about 15% of the trailers that we manufacture in-house. And it also gives us a good competitive advantage, even though we still make use of a lot of the banks like Standard Bank. Then we've got Puma Rentals. Puma Rentals is a business of ours that's been growing quite well. The fleet consists of about 200 vehicles that you can rent on a weekly or monthly basis up to long term. That ranges more in the region, more in the likes of side tippers, flat decks, and sliding curtains with a couple of reefers. Yeah, a lot of customers have seasonal demand and they don't want to put out capital expenditure to grow a fleet, so they will rent for a certain period. That's where we fill that gap. It's just the same. Then Afrit is part of a bigger group of companies called the Bud Group. Bud is a service and manufacturing distribution group. We aim to create long-term value by building diversified growth businesses on the foundation of relevance and scale. So what Bud basically did is we grouped different clusters of businesses into one holdings group. There's lots of synergies in the group, and it just makes us more sustainable in the long run. A lot of these businesses are, I would say, second generation family businesses that are operating decentralized. What else? Decentralized. So basically, it's a group that came in and they're not telling businesses how to operate. They're letting businesses operate in a way that made them successful and to keep us all strong together. I'm just going to quickly run because Paul told me I don't have a lot of time. So just quickly a couple of industries that we service. Side tippers that you guys know cater a lot of different commodities and agricultural commodities as well. That's been one of our biggest growing markets, I would say, up until 2023. That market is slightly under pressure at the moment, but we believe there will be some growth in the future. Sliding curtains, basically vehicles that's used to transport everything that we use daily, from citrus to furniture, water, cold drink, beer. That's probably our flagship product, that together with our side tipper. This market's doing well, and we're moving quite good numbers on these vehicles. Flat deck trailers have been quiet in South Africa over the last couple of years. Most of our sales goes across border. But as I mentioned, the flat deck market slightly under pressure, but we are seeing a little bit of a turn. We see that the Chinese vehicles are not competing on a quality level compared to ours across border. So we believe customers will turn back. End tippers, we do also quite a lot, different sizes depending on the aggregates or the material that customers use. Bottom dumpers, that's specific to agricultural demand. Hopefully that will pick up also towards the end of the year with hopefully some good harvests coming off. Low beds and step decks, we do plenty of different ones, sizes, biggest up to 75-ton low beds. It's also a very specialized market. So yeah, we can basically do what the customer wants. A business that's always been close to us is sugarcane and timber. Also a part of the business where we have done a lot of PBS development, a lot of different PBS vehicles that run in the timber and sugarcane industry. Then just to touch on PBS, some of the projects that we've been involved with, sliding curtain combinations, the one on pictures for Ardagh Glass. It's also a 30-meter, just below 30-meter combination with a pneumatic lift roof that they basically transport glass bottles with, and they don't strap the load. So the roof's got a sponge in the inside and it physically pushes the load down to the deck. We've done, I think, 5 up to now on those. And Coca-Cola has been with us on PBS for quite some time. We're currently manufacturing 2 new combinations for them as well. Then ZZ2 also on the sliding curtain side. Then we've we've got a couple of customers that's running containerized goods on PBS. I think there's big scope for these type of vehicles in the future. I think in industries like citrus, I think the Reinhardt guys might be able to give more info on that market, but I think there's definitely a lot of scope for that for further growth. In timber, as I mentioned, quite a lot of different configurations. Rigid drawbars, tri interlinks. We did this one. This was a pretty big one. I think that's got 3, that's about 10 axles. It's we call it the Dyson Put or the Shongololo. And then yeah, side tippers also a big part of PBS we've done. Yes, I cannot count, but there was hundreds of PBS side tippers manufactured in our plant over the last couple of years, and we hope to see further growth in that, and that PBS will prevail in our market going forward. Just another couple of photos, and there's a quad axle. That's something new to us. We've done only this one design. Some teething issues on it, but I believe there will also be some good growth in that segment. Then I would just like to quickly show you our production facility video. That will just give you some indication of what we do on a daily basis. But we'll be around today, so if there's any questions regarding what we do and if we can do it, please feel free to corner me and have a chat.
At Alfred, we don't just talk. We never have and never will. At Alfred, we both. because that is what we do. We build.
That's it. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the day and thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. That was amazing. And I don't know if any of you have been to the rosin plant. It's a couple of blocks, so it's huge. And I think what is important is it indicates the investment by the industry into best practice and conformance and compliance, and is driven by companies that are dedicated to making sure this industry operates in a manner which is safe, efficient, productive. Right here. So next up is Dr. Paul Nordingen. So Dr. Paul did his PhD in PBS. So he's the industry guru when it comes to anything to do with PBS. And he's also been the driving force around RTMS, around compliance. So Dr. Paul, we're so pleased and we're so excited and we're so privileged and so honored to have you presenting to us. And he's going to give a bit of an overview around the current challenges or the current state of the road transport industry. Dr. Paul, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kathy, and good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be part of an RTMS PBS workshop. As Kathy said, I've been involved in these two initiatives since they started. 2003, we started with RTMS, and in 2004, we started a PBS committee, and eventually in 2007, the first two PBS vehicles started operating in the forestry industry. So now I'm just going to give, as quickly as possible, an overview of the current challenges and why we decided to start with the RTMS initiative. Let's just see. Yeah, so originally it was all about trying to reduce overloading, but we found in the last 20 years that I would say the two main focus areas are safety and sustainability. And part of sustainability is preserving the road network. If the road network collapses, we're all in serious trouble as transport operators, as suppliers, and the economy as a whole. But sustainability, we've also found with the RTMS has got a big role to play in focusing on sustainability particularly for SMME operators. And I'm sure we'll hear some of the case studies today. So this is where it all started. I was at the CSR for most of my career, and we did an overload control strategy for the Department of Transport. And besides all the traditional things about improving law enforcement and building new weighbridges, I had come across a self-regulation scheme in Australia, which promoted self-regulation. And we put that in as a recommendation. And we were very fortunate that literally within a year, we were approached by the forestry industry, mainly SAPI and Mondi, to say they wanted to do something because they saw that particularly the provincial roads in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga were deteriorating at a rapid rate, which was pushing up the operating costs of their hauliers that were transporting the timber to the mills. And they wanted to do something. So that's where it all started. It was an industry-government partnership. And so over the years, as I said, the first initial focus was on the roads, preserving the roads from deteriorating. But we found that when we actually approached the SABS to develop a national standard, that purely focusing on overloading didn't make sense. So it became a holistic standard, which focuses on vehicle maintenance, operations, and Oliver and Paula will talk about that shortly, and then also about drivers. So managing drivers, or improving driver skill, improving driver health, and managing driver fatigue. And in fact, those last 2 points on vehicles and drivers have been probably the most significant benefits or positive impacts that we've seen from the RTMS implementation. So let's see. So really it's about, and if we talk to Kathy and to the insurance industry, managing risk is a key thing for operators. It's a high risk business, so managing risk is very important. Promoting compliance, we see a lot of challenges with law enforcement. There's not enough staff. There's corruption on the roads. They can't look after all the routes 24/7. So we have to promote self-regulation, and then productivity is the key. I've had some interaction with people recently on promoting safety in heavy vehicle transport. If you can link productivity to safety and compliance, then you've got a winning formula, because most operators, their key focus is the bottom line. And because it's a high risk business, cash flow and ensuring income is very, very important. And so the RTMS actually covers all of those. And you can see by implementing best practice and doing things the right way, which the bigger companies tend to do, but often the smaller companies don't. You have a more sustainable business and you're going to increase your profit. The reality out there is not good. South Africa, being a semi-developing country, we're different from the developed world like Europe and North America, Australia, New Zealand. We have a very high rate of truck crashes and breakdowns, which not only is negative from a fatalities and injuries, damage to the trucks and the commodities, but also on the efficiency of the road network. So on some of our major highways, the rate of truck crashes actually has quite a significant negative impact on the economy. We don't realize that often. And then, of course, the roads, all these roads were in Mpumalanga a while ago. I think there's been quite improvements on some of the roads. Free State, I think, has also got some very bad roads. But you can imagine transport operating costs on poor roads. This was work done at the CSIR and University of Pretoria. Just average maintenance and repair costs, not fuel consumption, not travel time. We're looking at over 100% increase in costs going from a good road to a bad road. So good roads are extremely important for us as road users, but for the economy as a whole. Some of us have been involved in the Brake and Tire Watch. I'm sure you've heard of it, or many of you, the Fleet Watch initiative, to train traffic officers to do better law enforcement on trucks, but mainly vehicle fitness. So it's not so much on the overloading or the speeding or the driver's licenses and that. It's looking at the trailers in particular. And the scary thing is that of all these events that have taken place, on average, 69% of the trucks were discontinued from use. It's just a relatively random sample that they pull the trucks off the road and they inspect them at a vehicle testing center and they look for defects. Mainly the focus is brakes and tires, but also other vehicle defects. 69% have been discontinued from use. And that figure has remained consistent over the years. It hasn't changed. And, you get big gaps between the brake lining and the drums. So which means the brake booster's completely gone, or the lining's gone completely. And then tires are extremely important from a safety point of view, and also from a fuel consumption point of view. And the tires are often not maintained or managed properly. So managing tires is very, very important. This was a project I was involved in, which just shows how bad South Africa's heavy vehicle fatality statistics are. That's their top line there. And all the other countries participating in this, it was an international project called Moving Freight with Better Trucks. There was a focus on PBS in the project, but we stood out like a sore thumb. So if you look at, I'm involved with the ISO 39001 standard road traffic safety management systems, and we meet once a year, and the different countries share their statistics. So we know that we are in our second decade of action for road safety. The first one was from 2010 to 2020, and the target was to reduce fatalities by 50%. This is an example from Sweden where they did manage to reduce their fatalities by 50%, and they're very low fatality rates. Okay, it's a developed country, probably one of the most one of the safest countries in the world in terms of road safety. And then Japan had similar statistics where they had significantly reduced their road fatalities. But this is South Africa. So if you look at, we had in 2012, we were on 230 fatalities per million people. And in 2022, it was down to 206. So that's a 10% decrease. So there hasn't really been much change. We're still way ahead. If you look at that graph on the right, and you can't see the figures, but there they're looking at about 20 in European countries, 20 fatalities per million kilometers. 20. Sweden is something like in the single-digit figures, and Australia also. We're on 206 fatalities per million. That's all. That's not just trucks. That's all. So it's a huge, huge challenge. Costs the country billions of rand every year. And then I was talking about the impact on the efficiency of the road network. So you can have a very well-maintained fleet operating compliant, everything. Someone else has another truck has a crash or a breakdown and the lanes are closed. You are stuck in that, wasting time and diesel. So it's in all of our interests to improve the fitness and the operations of all operators, because we're all using the same roads, and if others are not or having crashes, etc., it has negative impacts on my fleet, even if I am very well. And that's one of the objectives of the RTMS, is to try and get as many fleets to be more compliant. And one of the objectives is to improve the efficiency of the road network. So the RTMS is a self-regulation project, and it's based on the SANS 3095, which we'll hear about just now. And it's not just focusing on transport operators, but also on consignors and consignees. And just recently, Engine became another consignor that became RTMS certified. So as a company, as an oil company, their own fleet and all fleets that do business for them must comply with the requirements of the standard. And I think that's one of our major objectives, is to have more and more consignors and consignees to embrace the RTMS, because they see that as a responsibility to ensure that their products are transported safely. And there are quite a few mines now that are making that a requirement. And of course, in the forestry industry, it's very common. Requirement to be RTMS certified if you want to do business with us. So we're trying to, the standard is trying to improve road safety, increase productivity, and improve compliance. There are 4 main pillars, but I'm not going to go into that. This will be covered in more detail in the next few presentations. But there's the South African National Standard 3095, and there's also now an African standard that was published through the tripartite. So it's very much based on the South African standard, but it also includes cross-border operations. So the idea is to have that if you are RTMS certified, that eventually you'd be able to go through borders more quickly. But of course, these things take time to put into place. I just want to show you a couple of positive outcomes. We'll have positive outcomes shared today. But in the forestry industry where it started, in 2002, about over 30% of all the trucks carrying timber to the mills, now that's primarily in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga, were overloaded. Over 30%. They set a target of 4%, which is that horizontal, the top horizontal line, that horizontal line. And then in 2015, they reduced it to 1%, their target. And since 2015, the forestry industry has managed to keep their overloading levels to around 1%. Compare that with 30% in 2002. That's a massive improvement just through self-regulation and the commitment of the industry to eliminate overloading and therefore extend the life of the road network. And the similar thing has happened in the sugar industry, also KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga. You can see there the sugar statistics. In fact, that red line shows the average payload. So although the average payload reduced initially, it's actually increased by better load management. So using onboard load cells, obviously timber and sugarcane, the density varies considerably. So it's not always easy to get to your maximum payload. So, but by using the onboard load cells, you can get to your optimum payload, but without overloading. Some of the other presentations will go into the whole principle of standards, management system standards. It's about continuous improvement. So wherever you start, when you become certified, wherever you start, the idea is to improve continuously. And this is an example of the city of Cape Town. When they became certified, just over half their fleet were serviced at the correct intervals. So of their 900 odd vehicles, you can see that when they started, just over 50% were serviced on time. And they set themselves a target of 94%, and it took them about 5 or 6 years to reach that target. So it's not something you'd necessarily do overnight. It's putting things in place and then improving. And you can see their fuel consumption reduced by 24%. The average fuel consumption reduced by 24%. And that was mainly due to improved servicing of vehicles, but also driver training and reducing speeding. So that's the link between safety and productivity or costs. OneLogic's vehicle delivery services are a very good example of reduction in crashes. So in 2016, they had 126 crashes. And the blue bars are the annual kilometers traveled. And I mean, when they reached something like 25, I thought, wow, that's fantastic. You know, it's flattened out. And then sure enough, the next 2 years, they brought it down even more. So I think in 2023, they had, my eyes are not that good, but it's about 6 crashes from 126 crashes. You know, that's a fantastic story. And then Dawn Logistics is another similar thing, showing reduction in fines, reduction. You can see their driver error crashes reduced from 19 to 5. Breakdowns, they also experienced a 23% reduction in fuel consumption, mainly again due to driver training, you know, the harsh braking, harsh acceleration, and eliminating speeding. So you can see their speeding statistics in 2014, 60,000 speeding events from the telematics telematics data. So about 300 speeding events per truck per year. And 4 years later, they were down to less than 5,000 speeding events per, so 19 per truck per year. That represents a reduction in risk, which should lead to a reduction in crashes, which it did. So we've seen a lot of qualitative benefits, which will, I'm sure, come out in some of the case studies today, in terms of driver attitude, absenteeism, you know, reporting of accidents, a lot of qualitative benefits that have come, especially from taking better care of the drivers, better training, looking after their health, especially if they've got chronic illnesses. Then just to end off, we now, as at the end of December, had almost 400 fleets that are certified. And you can see the graph on the right shows from COVID, actually. There was a bit of a dip with COVID, but the line has gone up quite significantly since 2020, the steepness of the line in terms of companies adopting the RTMS standard. It's about 17,000 trucks involved. And then the breakdown, what's quite important for us is the breakdown per fleet size. I can remember 10 years ago, we would often get criticized, you know, challenged to say, yeah, but the RTMS is just for the big established companies. It's not, you know, it's not really addressing the smaller companies. But that graph on the right, the left rather, shows the distribution of the certifications. So the first line, the first bar is 1 to 5 trucks. So operators with 1 to 5 trucks, they're about 73 fleets. And then the next one is 6 to 10, then it goes 10 to 20, and then 21 to 50 trucks. So by far the biggest number of operators that are participating are actually the smaller fleets. There are some very big fleets as well, but it's actually encouraging to see that we're covering all sizes of fleets. So I think from what I've said earlier is that I would say definitely more than 50% of the trucks on the road are not compliant. If you add speeding and overloading and other offenses besides the vehicle fitness, for sure, more than 50% of the roads of the trucks on the road today are not compliant. Am I doing something wrong here? No, it's fine. And so the objective is that despite the level, the poor level of impact with regards to law enforcement, we want to try and move that vertical line to the right. And through voluntary compliance and implementation of the standard, get more and more vehicles on the road to be compliant, and therefore improve safety for everyone, improve the efficiency of the road network for everyone. I think the biggest impacts from my experience in terms of the RTMS has been improved driver training, reduction in speeding of trucks, better management of fatigue, reducing overloading, and improved vehicle servicing and maintenance. So thank you. That's my sort of introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Interesting as always. So now we also have an awesome privilege. We've got Anna Manungu from Amboja who's going to join us. Anna's got a wonderful history. So she started in the transport industry when she was tiny. She was so big, sitting in the dust next to her dad's and her granddad's trucks and so on. So, and this is Anna, by the way, a transporter, not a model, not Miss South Africa. Right, this is and by the way, this young lady also has a degree in chemistry. So, and she is she's actually one of my favorite operators that we've walked a wonderful journey with. So it's an absolute privilege. We've squeezed Anna in now because she has a family emergency, so she has to leave early. But this is a treat and a half, everyone. So Anna, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, everyone. It is always an honor to stand before you. To the whole team that has organized today's event, I'd like to say thank you for inviting me. At least today I got to be out of Northwestern and Gauteng. I'm in Mpumalanga. It's my first time presenting in Mpumalanga. And I hope you will enjoy my presentation. So as Kathy has just mentioned, my name is Anna from Mamoja Trading and Projects. So Mamoja Trading and Projects is a small company, SMME, based in Rustenburg. What we do, we specialize with the transportation of mining commodities around Rustenburg. But luckily this year, we have managed to extend our footprint to also cover Mpumalanga. A story I'll share as I'll be presenting with you. So today I've just been asked to come and share with you how my business has been sustainable because of compliance. I'm what I am today because of compliance. You know, many of us, especially SMMEs, when we've been told about compliance, the first thing we think about is expenses. But the minute you start saving that R2 and spend it towards compliance, that's when you get to see that in return you get R5 on top of the R2 that you spend towards compliance. So I'll be sharing my journey with you today. I firstly want to start with this picture, which is the abnormal situation that we have tend to be normal in South Africa. I don't know how many of you come across this kind of vehicles on the way. I happen to stay around the R512, that side of RTMS. Every time I drive that side, I guess most of you know it. It's very mountainous. And every time I have to follow this kind of a track, I asked myself, where are our traffic officers? Because in most cases, 3 kilometers after passing this kind of a truck or a van, you'll come across traffic officers and ask yourself, how did they let this one pass? So this is the abnormal situations that we have made normal in our country because of Coke and KFC. And in return, we put our people's lives at risk. So my journey, as Kate has just mentioned, started there. The young lady that you see sitting there sucking her thumb is this model that's standing in front of you today. So that was my grandfather's yard. He used to sell sand, and those are the trucks he used to have. I was born and raised in a village called Bapong. It's alongside the N4 as you go to Sun City, just opposite the traffic center that you pass before you off-ramp to Sun City. So on Saturdays and Sundays, we would go and sit there by the N4 and I would sit and admire those big trucks, your LCSs of this world, and ask myself, why aren't my grandfather's trucks as beautiful as these ones? So my grandfather, it was a family business. I still remember my father was a mechanic and a driver at the same time. So were my uncles. You know, even myself, after completing my degree, I used to work in the office. So it was mostly family orientated, no systems whatsoever. I still remember my uncles used to drink a lot. On Friday, 20-liter diesel would get them something for the weekend for them to be all right throughout the weekend. So there were no controls at all. As a result, it didn't grow. Breakdowns as well. My dad tried to get into the industry as I was going to tertiary. He also failed because he practiced what his dad practiced. To an extent that when I went to tertiary, there was no money even to take me to school because of the breakdowns. All the money he made would go to breakdowns, such that my mom would also complain that now even the money I'm working for has to fix this truck of yours. So I grew up having that thing that I want to do this thing differently. Even LCS can have such a smart truck. Why can't I? So I studied the industry since I've mentioned that I'm from Northwest. I said I wanted to get into this industry. I want to do it differently. And I want to transport mining commodities since I'm in a mining town. And then the first commodity I targeted was transportation of platinum concentrate in a slurry form where we utilize bulk tankers. The reason why I went for that one is because I saw that not too many people are targeting it. And me being a woman, I saw it being advantageous for me to be recognized in the industry very fast, as long as I had the right tools in place. So that was the first one that I went to, and then I had to come up with a solution from my experience, family experience, background. I got to learn that, Aniki, you're not going to employ your cousins that don't know what they're doing. You need a highly qualified team on site to ensure that they know what they're doing, because you are targeting clients, big clients, which are the mines that have got compliance, safety compliances that you need to follow. And at the end of the day, you can't gamble there. You miss a load. If it's not insured, you are in big trouble. There are a lot of things that are involved in the sector that I'm in. And the second thing, I was like, you're going to need reliable equipment, because platinum concentrate is in a slurry form. If you get a breakdown for over 2 hours, your truck will choke at the offloading point. And trust me, you'll get calls from the VP himself all the way to that foreman at the ground, complaining about your truck that is choked and not being able to deliver their material. And then the last thing I said, at the end of the day, you're going to need to use the latest technology and systems. That is your RTMSs. That's where your C-tracks come into play, so that I can be here and still be comfortable that the operation is running efficiently without any disruptions, and be in a position to sleep so that I can come this morning looking this beautiful, not with airbags, because I'm not sleeping because I'm in a transport. So having these solutions in place in my business has made life very easy for me, because I can be anywhere and everywhere, but the company will still run. So one of the best systems that we have is RTMS, as everybody has mentioned. I still remember when they gave me the first invoice, I was like, yo, and then how am I gonna pay Oliver no so much money, being an SMME? I got to learn about RTMS as I was doing an ESD program. I think Zobalix, they are here. I was in a commercial transport training, and they taught us about RTMS, and I was like, this is definitely what I need for me to be able to be comfortable with running this business. And I got to learn that it's more like a business in a box for you. You know, when coming to safety of vehicles, that's the first pillar that it covers. Making sure that you have reliable trucks on the way, because wait up until an accident happens, then you'll know what trouble really is. The driver wellness, the importance of putting somebody who knows what he's doing behind that seat. And you must be comfortable that that person really knows what he's doing, because wait up until he's involved in an accident and see how you'll dance at the DMRE. The importance of trainings, since I also have a workshop, especially most of the times we would focus on drivers only and forget about the workshop people and all those things. So because of RTMS, I got to see the importance of having everybody that is on my ground floor being trained on what they are doing, because irrespective, up until the cleaner must know that if I'm gonna use a broom here, how should I put it? If I'm gonna mop here, how should that happen? And lastly, it's loading, which was quite an interesting one for me, as you'll see later as I'll be presenting. So when coming to loading, as I mentioned that we are transporting platinum concentrate in a slurry form. One of the challenges that we had was overloading, and always getting fines at the traffic department, weighbridge, and then also putting our clients' product at risk. So this is the situation I used to have back in the days before RTMS. Because I have a client that is there by breaths, and then we offload their product at Impala. So we pass that weighbridge. And all of you know, when you reach that point, if it's overloaded, they don't care. Whether you are carrying a fridge, you cut it into half for you to move an acceptable load. So we'd get there, and there, unfortunately, this Coke thing in KFC doesn't work so easily. I don't know where are they born, those that work there, as opposed to those that we find on the way. So no matter what, when they catch your truck, you stop. And you have to offload and make sure that you move acceptable weight on the road. So because this is alongside the area I grew up in, I would get young men around the village there to come and offload. Imagine, that's platinum concentrate. That load is over 2 million. Imagine the mine's VP passing its product being offloaded like that with buckets. Would they extend your contract after a year or 5 years that they've given you? Definitely not, because this tarnishes your image. So this is a situation we used to have back in the days. Look at the trailers. Even the trailer is it's not that nice. There's rust and all those things. So it was a situation that we used to have before RTMS. Because to me, I was like, yo, the more tons you move, the more money we make. Not knowing that I'm killing my business in many ways, including in terms of maintenance. So after RTMS, we got to have a maintenance schedule in place. We made sure that we are starting to monitor the loadings. We told our clients, sir, I can't take more than the required tonnages. If it's more, unfortunately, I have to offload here by your site before leaving your site. Otherwise, I get a fine, you pay it. And trust me, once you start talking that language, they are also forced to comply. So from there on, they started loading well for us. When coming to safety of vehicles and vehicles and operations, we used to have a lot of downtime, obviously. There's no maintenance plan in place. Instead of a truck leaving the site at 6 o'clock, it leaves at 9 o'clock because mechanics have to deal with breakdowns as opposed to maintenance. You know, incidents occurring due to speed, pre-trips inspections were done, and then if there's a defect, we would never classify it as an A or a B hazard where an A says, no, this truck mustn't leave. You know, take all those chances to say, hey, the client needs the product. Let the truck go, it will come back. But because of this system, we got to see the benefits of having these things in place. You know, once you have a maintenance schedule in place, you deal with maintenance, not breakdowns. And that automatically cuts down your downtime by half or so. You know, we have an internal audit that is being conducted on us because we can always cook. We are human beings. If there's no external person watching you, you'll always take cuts. That is, take shortcuts. That is given. So now we have an external body that is coming to check that indeed there's a job cut. If you say something is an A hazard, has it been fixed? When has it been fixed? How long has it taken? If we are saying in 7 days, if it's a B hazard, it has to be fixed within 7 days. That thing has been fixed. You know, having these systems in place, it brings so much joy in a sense that it changes even the culture between you and your employees. This week we had a truck coming this side to start work this side. And I was called by the mechanic himself and the driver to say, you know, the operations manager allowed this truck to come this side. And in about 400 kilometers, it has to be serviced. And we can't operate this truck like this because then should it encounter a major breakdown, then we're going to have serious problems. So you see already, even your staff, it doesn't take me to be there to tell them that this is wrong. They already know that, no, we can't have a truck that is not serviced coming to service our clients because it will also cost us in terms of experiencing major breakdowns. Route risk assessment, not only route risk assessment, every task that we do, we conduct a risk assessment on. I was shouting, we also have a truck wash. I was shouting one of my guys to say, why didn't you wash this truck? He was like, because the safety officer said to me that the risk assessment document isn't around. So I was not going to start that job before doing the risk assessment. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying it changes even the culture amongst your employees, making sure that your company remains sustainable. You know, the speed fines obviously have went down. Tire surveys are being done. We are implementing putting more systems that are helping us to ensure that we have tires that are running with the right pressures, because we know tire is the second most expense in our business. Also, if you have an underinflated tire, you tend to experience breakdowns, fuel consumption. A lot of things can happen simply because of a tire that is not properly monitored. So yeah, these are my guys, by the way. I haven't went to the website. Ne? Everything I'm showing you here today is real. So these are our guys as they're busy doing our maintenances at the workshop. And when coming to trainings, as I've mentioned, we never used to have the driver assessments in place. The mine would tell us, do the training. The trainings, you'll have a training matrix, just take them there. But they wouldn't even know the importance of doing those things. So after having this certification, we got to know the importance of trainings. Late last year, we had an incident with one of our drivers at the mine that forgot to put chock blocks. And then the truck started rolling towards the gate. He tried to save the truck, not himself. And unfortunately, luckily didn't run over him, but then he fell and sort of like injured his pelvic bone. He spent over 3 months at Milk Park Hospital. And that's what I'm saying when I'm saying that it's try not having these systems in place and see how you'll dance at DMRE. They don't care if you are coming with your big eyes and your wig, looking all lovely. When you get there, you must produce proof that these people that are working for you know what they are doing. So we went to the DMRE. It was in one of our clients, it's Samanco. They called us. I still remember the following morning, they called us. They were like, Aniki, you need to be here. And trust me, when the mine says you need to be here, they don't care whether you are in Poland or in Dubai having champagne. When they say you must be here, you'll get into the next flight and be there. And we got in there was DMRE and all the mine executives. They were like, goed no. Wat the truck is die? I give them the truck documents. Can I see the service plan? You give them the service plan. Via Detrere, Daniel, can I see Daniel's trainings? You produce, you don't come with the. Okay. How many hours did Daniel work? Ask me if you didn't have RTMS, would you have all those things I'm mentioning? How many hours did Daniel work? Okay, good. All right, now let's get into what happened. Before they can even check what transpired, did he put chalk blocks or that? They firstly check with you as to whether do you have your house in order. And the minute there's something wrong, it's your fault. Had he worked excessive hours, I was gonna be wrong. Had I not serviced that truck, irrespective of the fact that he didn't pull up the handbrake and put chalk blocks, I would be wrong. I would have been part and parcel of why that incident happened. And it doesn't stop there. Remember, you have to claim at at labor as well. So these systems protect us in as much as we think, you know, by not having them, I'm gonna save. They really protect us because at the end of the day, I'm here, they are there driving. I'm not in control of their behavior. All I can do is to make sure that I train them, and when they service clients, everything is in order. And that's how I got, you know, got away with murder. But today he's back at work, working, and it has been a lesson to most of our employees. So this is the importance of trainings and having these systems in place. As you'd see, there is our team standing there. And yeah, because we are working even at heights and I'm employing women, I look like this today only because, yeah, this is the only chance I get to look this smart. Otherwise, you find me tomorrow, you're going to ask yourself, is this Aniki? Because that's how I get to look every day of my life. So when I get an opportunity to rock a hill, definitely I'm going to rock it. So yeah, this is our journey and our story. And when coming to driver wellness, as we all know, these days we eat things that are not right. Many of us tend to be sick, high blood, low, all these things, all these diseases. So we used to have drivers that would be sick, especially these old drivers, because we like them. We say they are more experienced, but they are the ones that tend to be more sick. So now we have a register where we record all of their patients. Our safety officer makes sure that he reminds them of the importance of taking their medication. Because you can imagine if you have a 65 or 60-year-old or 58-year-old driving from here to Cape Town, having not taken medication, that time he has high blood, he's behind your wheel, what can happen? So, and we also have a system that's for those that are working long distance, that monitors, even those that are not working long distance. You see how young that guy is. They don't sleep, these ones. Come Friday, dance. 6 o'clock, he's on top of your truck. And that time you're not around, you know. So we have a system that we have installed now that monitors their eyes. We get an alert that tells us our operations officer, controllers officer, to say that, hey, you have a problem out there. There's somebody who's driving while sleeping on duty. And then you immediately act. Because if you didn't have this, the only time you were going to react was after being reported that there's an accident there by N4. Yeah, tramos remark there by the end for you and your drivers. So because of this incidents, because of these systems, we are able to prevent such. And yes, that is me at the front, as I'm telling you. Monday to Friday, I rock my hard hat and my overalls. So yeah, I for one have seen the benefits of RTMS, starting from enhanced credibility. You know, these days, I'm able to get to knock in doors I used to be afraid to knock in the past. You know, the competitive advantage. Now, when I'm with my fellow SMMEs, they know I'm not even afraid. They know that this one knows a story. So when I go there, when they say there's an opportunity, I know that knowing that I know my story and my ducks are in a row. Efficiency as well. You know, we are in a position to sit and plan that today we are targeting 3 loads and we're going to do 3 loads because we've got reliable trucks on the road. Not that we're going to be speeding, eh? Checking, using the right protocols, checking with the right average speed, how many loads can we make? Increase market opportunities. With this one, as I'm saying, you know, your systems, Shim, I just love these systems. So this new route that we've started, they gave me a rate. You know how they always give us a rate, SMMEs. They'll never say, go and calculate your rate. Somebody will come to you and say, I've got this route at this much. I was like, okay, sir, I'm going to do it for you. And before I took it in about a week before, I'm like, let's sit now. This is how my trucks look like. And this is what I've installed in my trucks. And this is the kind of security I come with. And say, your product is worth this much. So are you going to go with that one that's taking chances? Or are you going to go with me where you're going to sleep at night just like me, knowing that your truck is secure? Trust me, I was able to move a rate from where it was and increased it by 60 rands on top, just because of the compliance that I showed, deadline that I have. So my message to you SMMEs would be that if you want to grow, we will buy those RRs. But as you start, those Rolls Royce, those Louis Vuittons, you buy them. But start with the right things first. Invest in your business, get the right compliances in your business to ensure that when the right time comes, then you are able to sleep. I'm planning to retire at 50, but my company should still be running just like LCS is still running when the manager or the owner is not there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Anna. And I believe RTMS also helped you to get financing and nice trucks. Yes, and I know the Duff guys are here. So it was amazing, hey, that they gave you a bit of a demo help also. So as an SME, you can really negotiate. Well done, Anna. How amazing is that story? How cruel is that? How great is that? Thank you. Thank you. So Anna obviously referring to LCS, but also in the room, we've got a few other also SMMEs that have also done amazing things. So that'll also be quite exciting. The diary is quite full. So next up, Mr. Teffer, Christian Teffer from Minerals Council. He's also the RTMS board member, and he's going to give us a bit of insight into the Minerals Council. Welcome, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Tefu. I'm from the Minerals Council. I've been there since 2007. So what I like to say is that I don't discard things very easily. So everything I have has really aged. My work, I'm there for almost 15 years. My cars, I've got one for almost 15 years and so on. But I should say they're a good employer. Introducing the Minerals Council, we've got about 72 members, mainly made up of the main commodities being gold, PGMs, and coal. We also have the chromes, nickel, and those. But as you see on the presentation, it's quite a few number because there's not so many of them. The Minerals Council came into existence in 1889. And I guess that's why they are able to attract people that can stay for so long with them. We came in basically to make sure that there was water in the Witwatersrand region for the gold mines that were starting to crop out in the Witwatersrand basin. And that's where the rainwater was formed. So the rainwater was mainly formed because of the Minerals Council. So we are there to represent employers in terms of policy positions, in terms of making sure that infrastructure is there. So my main purpose there is to make sure that we have the relevant infrastructure that we need, as in I participate in electricity, water, and also logistics. Mainly on logistics, I'm doing road, and my boss Hugo is mainly on the rail, but we assist each other in this. The next one, I've got a slide about the GNU, President Ramaphosa there, Mr. Lesia there showing you that we're going into the rate cutting cycle. And that's mainly because, from my perspective, I think our economy is changing mainly because we have electricity. If you have energy, you can grow your country. The only difficulty is that the pricing is quite high, but we have electricity, and if you have electricity, mining works. And if you look at the mining graphs in terms of production, you will see that they are basically married. So if you have say load shedding in a particular year, you will see our production goes down. And if it picks up, you will see that it also picks up. And that's mainly because if you want to regulate your electricity grid, you would have to basically shut down some of the mines or reduce their consumption to make sure that everyone can still succeed. In terms of this, painting maybe the global situation currently, you can see that most of those countries that we're supplying almost 85% of our minerals into Asia. So as you can see India is growing, although it might be less, but it's relatively still around 1% from where it has been. Ours, if you look at our GDP in 2024, we grew at about 1.3%. We're thinking that this year we'll grow at about 1.6. I'm hoping that it's more because you've got most of your sectors working and things really going on the upside. So that just shows you the still demand in China and how it will be growing. This one is the headline CPI. I think this is basically very important for you guys because your biggest cost on your trucks would be either the installments and the insurance. The next one would be your diesel consumption. And then you've got the employees. Now the CPI on average is sitting at about 4, but if you look at it, it has been going down since 2020 when we experienced the pandemic. So it's literally going down. We are currently under the 4.5% that's determined by the Reserve Bank. And so when this happens, that's when you see that also depending on the exchange rate, you can see that your diesel prices have gone down basically by about 10% in the past year. And that means that we are able to transport more cheaply on the roads. In terms of mining, we generate about 1 trillion for the country. And I'm proud to say about 900 billion of that is from Minerals Council members, because most of the big mining houses are our members, as much as we do have the smaller ones, like people like Masemanzi in the coal sector. We employ about 480,000 people. And out of that 80,000 people, we've had about 42 fatalities now. Now, if you take that and try and compare that as to what happens on the roads, you've got about plus minus about 17,000 people dying on our roads in a year. And if you compare that as to how many people are in the mining sector and how many are dying, it's quite low. And we're coming from a place where in 1994, just after we got democracy and we had the Mine Health and Safety Act, as Aniki was saying, talking about how strict it is with the DMRE. We've moved from a place where we had 1,000 people dying to about 42. And now you can say that is not much to say about that, but it's big. It's big. When you think that at Impala last year, we had 11 people dying from one accident, 42 would be probably 4 of those accidents. So from my side, I think and as a mining engineer also, we're doing very well in terms of safety. People have said that zero harm is something that we won't see in the next 50 years or so. But by the look of things, this was our lowest tally. And I'm thinking that we in the right direction to get to zero fatalities. And so RTMS also comes in as part of that. We've got things like proximity detection systems that the DMRE has requested that mining equipment must install on their vehicles to make sure that they are safe. And so that dovetails with RTMS in terms of road going vehicles and vehicles that are actually on your site full time. This just shows you in terms of our export, what the prices have done. You know, with coal, we had coal at about 6,000 rands per ton around 2021, and everyone was becoming an entrepreneur. We've seen a drop in that price to about 2,000 rands currently. And that has meant that a lot of business that were able to exist because it was, you could track then. There was problems on the rail. Have actually gone down in terms of the tracking businesses. It's not good, obviously, for our economy to have that, but the good part would be that at least at that price, it's actually higher than the price in December 2019. The only people that are really struggling currently is your PGMs. So there's mixed trends in terms of South African export commodity prices. As you can see there, in terms of iron ore, they are really struggling in terms of the price. One good thing is that in terms of the rail, we are now at least able to take more out of the ports. You mostly do around 65 million tons in terms of the iron ore line, but they had to put a lot of their stuff on trucks to take them to Saldanha because we had challenges on the rail. But I won't talk to that because Ian will be covering that portion of things through what the National Logistic Crisis Committee is doing. In terms of mining input cost, it's easy. Like I showed, if your CPI is going down, everything will be easing. So you can see from 2022, the price or the cost of things in the country is easy. And you can even see it with what we are agreeing upon in terms of the labor cost. You're sitting around, I would say the lowest grades are sitting at 7. The people here are sitting at under 5% in terms of your increases at work. So that is also helping business to survive. You can also see that in the fact that we do have surpluses, although our surpluses are not the same as those that are non-mining, because I mean we heavy industries, but it's still a surplus, and it means that your capital providers are actually making profit because we are profit-making businesses. If you're tracking output, we're still at around 2019 levels. That might be, you might say there hasn't been growth, but for a GDP of a country to work well, you need to grow at about 6%, 7%. We're only having growth of about 1%, between 1% and 2 years for the past 10 years. And that will be what happens because of that. So that is still the tracking the output. This one just shows you in terms of the weighting with the different minerals. So you used to have gold as the main commodity in the country. You currently have coal as number one. So coal for last year clocked around 25% of the revenues in terms of the size of that 1 trillion. So coal really did well last year. Number 2 would be your PGMs, and number 3 is the gold. And gold is number 3 currently on top of iron ore, mainly because of the prices that we're getting for gold. I mean, I went to check what a chain, how much a chain is, and the thinner ones that you wouldn't want to buy, they are selling at about 15,000 rand. So gold is doing very well. You can even see with the illegal mining that's happening that there's a lot of money to be made out of there. Do critical minerals feature a lot in South Africa? No, not really. We talk about critical minerals, but there's something about critical minerals. The areas that they are sitting at is faraway areas. The quantities that you find them in are very small quantities. Remember, when you set up a mine, you need to set up a plant that's going to be able to have economies of scale. And when you drill with critical minerals, you'll find that it's smaller tonnages and you're not able to make as much money as you could. Probably it works better if you take out those critical minerals out of an existing mine or out of an existing slime dam. But currently, we're still working in terms of finding what is the right formulas. Critical minerals are things like lithium that is used for the current batteries that we use, things like nickel and cobalt that are used in cell phone and so on. We've got starkly diverging output trends of major subcomponents, and that's one in particular is chrome. As you know, during the difficulty on the coal line, we were able to only rail about 50 million tons, where we've done about 74 million tons. And now that meant that all of that product had to move on roads. It moved on roads, and then what happens also at the port was that the RBCT was taking, let's say, 50 million tons. The portion of about 9 million tons that was coming out from chrome would then be diverted to Maputo, and they put coal on that side again. So you ended up with about 65 to 70 million tons of coal going through there. Our chrome is still doing well, although our business is going through Maputo. I think for last year, we did about 22 million tons of chrome. Yeah, so record chrome exports in 2023, and in 2024 also, we've recorded about 22 million tons of that. That one just, the previous one just shows you that we're taking it through Maputo. You can see also with this graph that as the other ones, the price is going down, the unemployment also is going down. But if you look at the chrome one, it's actually going up, which means that we need to support our chrome industry as much as we can. And that would be by making sure that some of this chrome can still go out in Richards Bay instead of it turning there. It's still a challenge because everyone that's taking their stuff out in Richards Bay is actually a business. And whether it's coal or chrome, they all want to survive, and everyone will try and push their own commodity. So as the Minerals Council, we're trying to make sure that we sort of be the bridge between that to make sure that everyone can still get their product out of Richards Bay, the 2 terminals there. In terms of coal employment, I've put this on here because we're in the coal space. We've got about 98,000 people hired by the coal sector, which is very high, especially, and I'm also passionate about it because you've got just energy transition, You've got the UK and the USA, not the USA, the UK, saying that we have to put up renewables. And if we put those renewables up, you're going to have 98,000 people in the mining sector losing their job. You've got 45, let's put it at 50,000 people at Eskom losing their jobs. You've got another 30,000 people at Sasol losing their jobs, plus minus 20,000 people in the trucking business. 200,000 multiplied by 10, because that is the multiplier. You've got about 2 million people around the region losing their jobs because the Truworths closes, Espaza closes because people are not employed anymore. So the sector is very important. On this one, you can see that as rail is improving, you can now see that also trucking is going down. It is a bit, not really much. And remember, as things improve, you also get an increase in terms of trucks for other things like perishable goods or other things that are also transported into the country. Those are just the export tons. We export basically in the money that we generate, almost 80% is export value. In terms of percentages, our export account for 60%. The mining export 60% of the country's income in terms of exports. And by GDP, we are about 6% of the whole economy. Obviously, the trucking is having a heavy toll on the roads. You can see it as you traveling inland. Those are just the RBCT tonnages that we've talked about. On this one is the electricity pricing. So last year we had a 12.7% increase in terms of electricity. Eskom applied for 36, and the following years was also like, I think, a 12 and a 12. Our regulator has made a good decision in that they've given, well, it's bad for this year because it's 12.7, but for the following years, you've got a 6 and another 6 point something, which means that we're going almost at the CPI level. And if that happens, it means a lot of business will be able to survive. And if they survive, the trucking and other logistics business will still be able to operate. That shows the 36%. This just shows you how much Eskom. So Aniki, when you're going there and giving them a price, you take a line where you say, I want 20%, but the regulator actually gives them 10%. So basically, Eskom has been getting about 50% of what they apply for. But if you look at the inflation or your CPI, it's sitting at half of what Eskom is getting. And I guess we know why that is happening. So yeah, just in summary, we've got mixed commodity price performances. We've got slow recovery in terms of total mining production, except for what we're seeing at chrome. We've got production and employment divergence between subsectors. I mean, you see also the coal is saying that they might retrench. On the platinum is also the same thing. Gold is going down mainly because of that, their depth underground. Input cost is at least easing. And when that eases, profitability gets better. It's still underwater, but it is getting better. The power constraint is actually moving from where we were more concerned about the availability of electricity to where we're saying, is it really affordable? And that's why you're seeing most of our members, even here, building renewable power stations. Logistics are slowly improving. Yeah, and so currently everyone is talking about the Trump's tariff war versus the Chinese, stimulus. So geopolitics is playing a big role currently. But for me, my thinking is that the USA is actually waking up very late because the Chinese have already been in Africa for a long time. They've established themselves. We're currently seeing most of their delegates when they're here, either the deputy ministers or so, wanting to speak to us, finding out what's happening to your refractory plants or your smelters and so on. How can we help and so on. But probably the boat has already sailed, unless if you use this muscle. I mean, their economy is almost 75 times bigger than ours. And they simply use that to control other nations. You can see just with the, I mean, it doesn't make sense. The rand dollar, our rent has actually declined in terms of value, whilst theirs goes up. But if you look at who's got more debt, they've got more debt than any other country. Their debt is over the GDP, which is not supposed to be that way. Ours is about 75%. But when we get rated, they get a better standing more than anyone else. And I guess it's just the power of who controls the money. Yeah. Some of our challenges will be the MPRDA review, which means that is a problem because it's where capital is controlled. So for people to come and invest, they want a stable regulatory environment. And if you keep on changing it, it basically affects where the country is going. Then we also now moving away from load shedding, and we might be moving into water shedding, which is a much bigger problem. With about 50% of our water ending up in the soil again. By that, I mean that our municipalities are not controlling their pipelines. And with that, with the water, 100% that comes out of rainwater and other service providers, you get 50% going to the customers. And out of that 50%, I think probably 20% of those will pay for that particular water, which is a big challenge. Eskom tariff increases. Now this one is the private sector participation in terms of the logistics, mainly on the transport lines, which is going to assist heavily in terms of the Minerals Council, the mining industry growth, and our country's growth. And the launch of the mining cadastre, which is where the mining licenses come out of. So that helps because you've got people applying in a system that can actually be audited instead of people applying to people and things happen there. So if it's a cadastral system, it's more safer for you to go and put in your IP so that you can get the mining license, and it's a control system. I put in the slides for safety here. Like we said, we support the RTMS fully. We have been here since it was the recommended standard. We are now on SANS 1395. It was before a recommended standard. I was there in 2007 when we were still working with that. We are in full support of the RTMS. Our members have got PBS vehicles. We're supporting them as much as we can in terms of the processes to get the PBS vehicles into the regulations so that people can invest. People make long-term investments into tracking, and you wouldn't want those investments to fall into the ground. And so we are very supportive of that. But again, it's because RTMS and the PBS decrease the accidents on road. And like Aniki was saying, mining is very much regulated, and that's why we're getting the results that we're getting in terms of the fatalities going down. So we got 42, but also when you're hiring trucks, it's a decision that you have to make whether your company's image, what is more important, your company's image, the type of truck that you're going to hire to come and do work for you. And so we've seen a movement where Eskom has also said, we're putting RTMS into our contracts. It's no longer something that we just put in there. They are putting RTMS in there. And now the mines have to comply with that. If they subcontract, then those subcontractors have to comply with that. So this just shows you the accidents on the mining front. That shows you there was 31% in terms of fall of ground. It is going down a lot, but if you look at our transport and mining, it's quite high. And that would be all your vehicles that are sitting on the mines. And that's why the DMRE is now saying, put in, the PDS is those, you know, those distance controllers in terms of your car. When you reverse, it beeps. So these ones are supposed to make the vehicle stop if they are going to collide. You can only achieve that at particular speeds. I think it's 10 kilometers per hour. So you still have collisions, you still have people finicking with their lights and the machine doesn't see them, it kills them. You still have people bridging systems on the vehicles that then ends up with you having accidents still. But it's still a process. We are the first country that's at this level, because we are, I think, in terms of the implementation levels, we are at implementation number 9, which is the last one. Other countries like Australia and them are still trailing us in terms of this, and that's mainly because of what the DMRE is pushing to get to 0 fatality. These are the deaths in the coal sector. We had about 6 last year, which is the same as 2023. Yeah, and then going forward for this year, it hasn't started very well. We've already got about 9 fatalities, where last year we had about 6. So it's 50% over, but that's because there was a fall of ground at one of the gold mines, where in one weekend, 2 incidents killed about 5 people. And so we would still be lower, but in that particular mine, they killed 5. 2, I think, was an explosion, and the 3 was fall of ground. So these things happen there. But the industry, after such things, we then meet up and talk about how do we improve this. Then again, in terms of maybe just to close it off, we've got the RTMS, but the DMRE is also looking at a code of practice for road-going vehicles. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but as part of that, we've also made sure that the RTMS standard has been used by the DMRE in determining those code of practices. So in terms of vehicles or whatever is done on the mines, you've got code of practices that are within the Act. They've got a draft that is out there. I think we've got until somewhere in the middle of March to comment about whether it's practical, whether it will improve safety, and just about the usability of that code of practice. So, whatever is happening on that side is also going to happen to all the suppliers that come into mines. And we're hoping that that COP will actually also improve the condition of our vehicles, the safety within those vehicles, and health. I think you've seen it has been started because of the incident that happened in Musina with those people in the buses that passed away. We also had another accident about 10 years ago at Blyfor Exit in Carltonville, where about, I think, 12 or 15 people died. And so it's a concern for government as to why are we killing people that are coming from mines that have got money that's supposed to be supplying proper vehicles. And that is bringing the COP into the mining industry. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Christian. That was amazing. That was interesting. It's always a good overview to be given. Alrighty, we're going to go straight into Oliver Nadu from JC Auditors, and then we'll be breaking for tea as soon as Oliver's done, but we'll catch up because we've already got 2 presentations way ahead of time. So we're still anticipating be done by 14:20 for some lunch. Thank you, Oliver.
Thanks very much, Kathy. Christian's given us a very high-level overview of the mining industry and all the numbers. My presentation is going to bring us down to the ground again, talking specifically what's happening on the road with regards to the topic for today's workshop and RTMS. While Harry's helping me set up, could I get a quick show of hands? How many transporters in the room that do not have RTMS? If you could raise your hand. Wow. So there's no transporter here today that doesn't have RTMS. That's incredible. And a little bit disappointing because I was hoping to preach to the unreached. But anyways, so I'm going to chat to the converted, in a way about RTMS, but I will go much quicker than I planned. But of course, there are other stakeholders. So if you do have any questions and haven't covered something in detail, then we can always chat over the lunch. As Paul mentioned, RTMS is the only South African national standard that prescribes requirements for heavy vehicle or commercial fleet operations. The content is written by the SABS TC241. Paul currently chairs that committee. I'm a member, and a few other folk as well. There's government people in it, a few industry associations that collectively determine the content of the standard and to make sure that it's most relevant and keeps to date, or up to date rather, with industry norms. The same committee also promotes the use of ISO 39001, which many of you will know is an international road traffic safety standard. But RTMS is by far more applicable to the heavy vehicle commercial fleet sector. So the standard does apply to all players in the supply chain, consignors, the transporters, and consignees. And to be honest, RTMS will never achieve its full potential if the consignors and consignees don't play their part. I know the issue of rates is always something that's very controversial, and this is where the consignors and consignees need to make decisions on awarding transport contracts, not purely based on price, but also on sustainability, on risk mitigating measures, of which, of course, RTMS is one. You will remember in 2014, the consignee regulations were promulgated, regulations 330A to D in the NRTA. And sadly, almost 11 years later, we've not had a single prosecution. So to a large extent, that legislation has been ineffective due to lack of enforcement, and that makes the problem worse in terms of overloading especially. You would have gotten a reasonably good idea already from Anna's presentation from In Control as well of what RTMS is about. Christian showed some interesting stats about fatalities and incidents in the mining industry. Now, in the mining sector, which is highly regulated from a safety perspective, chemical manufacturing, highly regulated, even though those are unique, well-controlled sites, we have a high number of crashes, incidents rather. The problem with our situation, and I guess all parts of the world, the road networks are not owned by any one party. And it's therefore that much harder to control. And of course, if you're a Reinhard or an LCS who is very compliant and have good systems in place, you're still dependent on other road users. So you could be a fantastically good boy or girl, but the other guys who are not playing by the rules cause incidents and crashes that affect not just the other compliant operators, but the industry and the country and the economy as a whole. So RTMS is hoping to in some way be it used as a tool to mitigate the risks on our road. And there are four main pillars, and I'll cover them in, well, I think superficially to some extent. Now, the main thing about RTMS, and this is where I think it requires a mindset change or shift. It does require companies who operate trucks or buses or commercial fleets to say, hey, we need to take responsibility and have a structured system in place, not just to avoid law enforcement or to satisfy the mind, but to build our business on self-regulation. That's not working. On self-regulation and a way that sustains our business. So if you're a small business like Anna was, I think, a few years ago, having a system that gives you the assurance that you're building on a solid platform enables one to scale, and also it gives you marketing benefits where you can go to the bigger boys in the industry and say, listen, we're doing the right things, we're safe, we're compliant, etc. Now, the ISO standard of which RTMS is on the same line or methodology rather, it refers to the PDCA cycle, which is a fairly common cycle that talks about how do you plan, developing policies, procedures, etc., and then implementing these requirements, and then the C, which is checking. The old adage that says you cannot improve what you don't measure is equally true. So monitoring KPIs, identifying anomalies or exceptions, and then taking action to mitigate the risk and to improve the system. So that's fundamental, not just to RTMS, but any management system. Those are the 13 elements in the RTMS standard, as we call it, and each one demands a specific method or system indicating how does the transport operator comply with that requirement. But for today's session, and because there aren't many non-accredited RTMS certified companies, I won't spend too much of time going through it, but just will give you an overview of the fundamentals. I beg yours? Oh, yes. Thank you, Harry. Well, if you're online, if you raised your hand, I'm sorry I didn't see it. But yeah, thanks for reminding me. I forget we live in a new world now. So one of the main requirements in the RTMS standard is fleet vehicles. And here the company can choose to adopt RTMS certification for a specific depot or contract on a different site. And in that regard, each RTMS certified entity will stipulate a fleet inventory where there's controls in place for licenses, permits, and one does have discretion to include subcontractors or owner drivers as well. Loading control, I think it's a critical requirement, and here the standard requires that one should have a loading method per commodity that's transported, and the loading method ought to demonstrate that your system makes provision for compliance with the legal mass limits, both in terms of combination mass and your individual axle limits as well. Now, there are various methods that a company can use. Remember, the standard does not prescribe the how. It prescribes what needs to be in place, but the method or mechanism or system can differ. Some do it by physical weighing, which is obviously first prize if you've got a weighbridge on site, but one could load via a unit mass that's known, and by calculating number of units, you could work out your payload and distribution, and often in the liquid volume, sorry, in the bulk fuel industry especially, loading is done by volume. Now, when the audits are done, the audits will look at a sample of trips, sample of trucks, and a sample of drivers and vehicles. And in the sample, we would request certain pieces of data and information, one of which is a weighbridge ticket. So when you are being audited, the auditor will look at to what extent you have data and source documents that confirm that your overloading frequency is minimized. And we still would apply the current tolerance of 5% on axle masses and a 4% tolerance in terms of number of trips. And that's purely due to the practical challenges of loading bulk commodities. It doesn't mean you must achieve 4%. It's like some people I know who complain about their lovely wives saying they keep saying to them, the credit card limit is not a target. It's just a limit. But I'm not one of those, by the way, because this is recorded. My wife might be listening in. Loading limits, each sector will need to have proper load securement methods in place where the loads must be secured, indicating compliance with the regulations. And of course, each sector, be it dangerous goods or abnormal or FMCG, will have different types of securement for that vehicle configuration. And that's audited as well. Safe speed is one of the, or rather speed or lack of speed management is possibly a leading cause of crashes worldwide. You can talk to anyone in any country and it's either speed or the lack of a safe following distance or a combination that is causing many of our crashes. The RTMS standard here requires for there to be a policy that promotes safe driving. So safe driving is not only driving according to the speed limit, but it's driving in accordance with the limit, but also taking into account other factors like traffic density, weather conditions, road conditions, etc. And the standard says you must have a system in place to monitor, detect violations, and then take actions if drivers are not complying with the requirements. And it doesn't need to be discipline. I think we all know how difficult it is to find good drivers. So if you've got a driver that's, going off or stepping over the line, it's important to counsel, mentor, retrain that person. During the audits, we look at telematics data to assess to what extent the company is complying with the speed regulations, but also other areas like fatigue management as well. The standard requires for there to be a fairly robust system in place to track any incidents and accidents. The reason being, if you know what is causing your incidents and accidents, you can then train, mentor, and talk to the drivers during briefing and debriefing, because you want to change the culture. I think it was In Control who mentioned, it's about changing the culture, and changing a culture does not happen overnight. It doesn't happen easily, and it does not happen without concerted, consistent effort. So having the data to support the training and mentorship is essential and is part of the RTMS requirements. Traffic fines, same story exactly. Keep a record, identify the major causes of your incidents and offenses, and then react to that. Okay, RTO is all quiet now, but should RTO go ahead, having a proper system in place to manage your traffic violations is critical, given that if and when it does come into play, a driver who does accrue more than 15 demerit points is liable to be suspended. And that could have a severe impact on your fleets. But that's okay, we'll wait and see how that pans out. Vehicle maintenance, the standard requires a defined vehicle service schedule that indicates per vehicle what are the OEM specified intervals and how do you regulate that to ensure compliance. And there should be, as you can see, records that confirm both your truck tractors and your trailing equipment are being maintained at the required intervals. We often find in industry a lack of trailer services. So often the guys do a fairly good job of truck tractors, but the trailers are not often on the time-based intervals that need to be implemented. Pre-trips, we know the critical importance. The truck safe today does not mean the truck safe tomorrow. So having a daily check and not just a tick box exercise. It's about training the drivers to actually check the tires, check the lights, check the brakes, and to do it diligently because his or her life could be at stake. So that's another culture change which I can talk long about, but it all depends on the leadership in the business and the managers and supervisors. How do they not just train as a paper exercise, but train for effective management of the system? Driver wellness is something which I think if we're honest with ourselves as an industry, we have marginalized drivers. So here the standard says one must have an annual medical fitness certificate, and certainly drivers who have been identified with higher risk conditions, such as diabetes or hypertension, need to be managed exceptionally because of the higher risk that they present. Fatigue management, again, a leading cause of crashes on our roads, and increasingly so. Here the standard requires a shift schedule with a rest day allocation and monitoring of driving hours, especially if it's a long distance trip and not on the short haul. And again, for the audits, a sample would be taken, telematics would be reviewed to determine if the schedules and the rest day allocations are being complied with. But remember, you're going to have a case where the customer's being unreasonable, the driver's been out longer on that specific day, you've had a crash or collision, and the road's been closed. So you may have exceptions. So the standard doesn't say you cannot have exceptions. It's impossible, impractical in the real world. But as and when these exceptions happen, it's important to detect it and mitigate that from becoming an issue that could affect the business negatively. Driver competence, and I can talk long about it. It's a passion I'm seeing, and we're seeing, I think, generally, upwards of 80% of all incidents, collisions, and crashes are due to behavioral issues. So whilst vehicle inspections are critical, tire management, and all the rest of it, the often lacking in businesses is a focus on building a safety culture amongst the drivers. So things like toolbox talks, briefing and debriefing. So when the controllers are chatting with the drivers, they must integrate the safety culture into the daily discussion. Don't leave it for a once-off session once a year. The drivers need to see the culture of the top management implemented day in and day out in order for them to really embrace it and take it seriously. So one should look at innovative means of engaging drivers. We know it's difficult. We know how busy transport is and how limited time is. But in the midst of your busy schedules, find innovative ways of engaging with the drivers. That's just a typical example. Sorry, I meant to show you. Oh, wrong way. Sorry, I think I was. Apologies for that. I hit the wrong button, it seems. Let's go back there. Okay, there. No, I want to go to that one. That's slide there, number 20. Yeah. My apologies. Great, thanks, Harry. No, it's that. Oh, there we go. So I wanted to actually emphasize the safety pledge. So drivers need to be having resources like that where they can fully understand and appreciate what you're trying to build as a business. Okay, I'm not sure what's happened there, but I'll skip that. Fatigue management, it's not just monitoring, but it's training as well on the specifics around that. And then for any audit, there are records that one needs to have available, and these records should provide enough information to the auditor that all the requirements are being complied with and complied with consistently as well. We know in transport, consistency is critical because crashes, incidents don't usually happen due to a lack of a system. It happens because the system was not implemented as it ought to have been day in and day out. And for you with big fleets, you know how difficult that is. Finally, I'm nearly at the end. The system also requires a fair amount of reporting via quarterly compliance reports. And these reports seek to validate that the RTMS requirements are being complied with, and they are quantitative data, overloading stats, number of crashes, number of traffic fines, etc. And they provide comfort that the system is in fact delivering on the intended outcome. So in conclusion, that's a summary of the RTMS requirements. We do have a free RTMS PBS information session on the 25th of Feb. So if you are keen, you can drop us a note and we'll add you to that session. And now I'm going to hand over to Kathy. And I think there is a video. So in the next 2-3 minutes, the video will just summarize what I've said, and we can do the tease thereafter. Thank you.
RTMS is a national standard promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency in fleet operations. It promotes a framework in order to minimize crashes, ensure vehicle safety, promote safe driving behavior, and ultimately allow for an efficient supply chain, which is essential for economic growth and global competitiveness. Let's look at the 4 pillars of the RTMS standard. 1. Correct vehicle loading is essential, making sure that the mass and dimensions limits of the National Road Traffic Act are complied with. If a truck is overloaded, it not only damages our roads, but it is also a safety risk, as the vehicle braking and handling is compromised. Our roads are a national asset, so by preventing overloads, we preserve our roads and make them safer. So whatever you are loading, be it bulk or break bulk, make sure to load correctly and safely, taking care to distribute the load across all axles. The RTMS standard also requires safe load securement, so make sure that load is correctly and tightly secured to avoid dislodgement during transit. 2. Safety of vehicles. The second pillar of the RTMS is safety and safe operation of the vehicles. A structured preventative maintenance program is essential. This includes tire management and maintenance of the trailers. Of course, in addition to preventative maintenance, it is essential that pre-trip safety inspection is conducted daily. It is widely accepted that more than 80% of crashes are due to driver error, so managing driver behavior is a crucial requirement of the RTMS standard. One of the main causes of crashes is driving at unsafe speeds, so monitoring of driving speed is a key requirement of the RTMS. 3. Driver health and wellness. The third pillar of the standard is driver health and wellness, which requires that the drivers are assessed for fitness to drive. The standard also requires a fatigue management plan, including a driver duty roster, monitoring of duty hours and driving hours. It is critical that drivers get enough sleep to avoid falling asleep at the wheel. Another wellness requirement is the screening of drivers for possible intoxication, which we know prevents a severe risk impact. 4. Driver training. The fourth pillar of the RTMS standard is the requirement for a structured driver training program to be in place. The training program should focus on key criteria, including defensive driving techniques such as keeping a safe following distance, driving at a safe speed, avoid using a cell phone while driving, driver health and wellness. So, as can be seen, RTMS is all about managing risk and promoting safety in a fleet operation. The RTMS has been implemented by leading transport companies since 2006 and is widely accepted as the gold standard for fleet operators. RTMS, it's simply doing the right thing.
Thank you very much, Oliver. So we're going to have a quick, literally a quick comfort break. Grab a scone, grab a coffee, maybe come back, have a quick stretch using the ablution facilities. And then if you can please be back here by, say, 10 to 12, we will be able to catch up because we've got a lovely harvest table lunch. Then we'll be able to catch up on all the other presentations that are still to come. So please, if I can ask you, grab a quick scone, grab a juice, grab a coffee, stretch the legs, but come straight back and maybe have something here, and then we can move on. We'll catch up, and we still intend to try and finish off by just after 2, about 2:15, if that's okay. And we'll do the rest of the presentation. So thank you. George will do your presentation after, and Duan, and Mr. Bird, and everyone else. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Please settle down. Thank you very much. The next part of the program is about to happen. So next up, we've got Mr. Ian Bird, and he's going to give us an update on NLCC. Now, I met Mr. Bird many moons ago when he was involved with doing some of the, do you remember that Eskom project that you had? That's at least 20 years ago. At least 20 years ago, Mr. Bird. Maybe 12. Okay, maybe 12 years ago. So he's also a fountain of knowledge and is going to give us a great update on the NLCC, which is a very important project, particularly if you consider what happened during 2020 when our rail system absolutely was decimated, and then the trucking industry stepped up and stepped in. So yes, it's a great opportunity for us to listen to Mr. Bird, and welcome. And this is a first at an RTMS workshop. For you, yes, and for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that warm introduction. Appreciate it. I don't have a video, so I'm just, but I've got good slides, so I think we're on the right track. This topic and the National Logistics Crisis Committee may be somewhat new to a whole herd of people in the room, but I'm going to go through exactly where we are in the partnership between business and government to fix the logistics industry in the country, and that's road, rail, and ports. But for those of you that are interested in having a further conversation, Harry's got my details, so please reach out to him, and I'm happy to take calls at any time. There's a few slides here. It's going to be like drinking from a fire hydrant, but let me get through the slides so at least you get a sense of where we are and what we're doing. So to start with, about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, business made a concerted effort to partner with the government to address a number of key challenges to the economy, backing off the fact that the unemployment figures had reached unacceptable levels. The economy was going nowhere with very low growth rates. The presidency and National Treasury identified a number of key challenges to the economy, or challenging the growth in the economy. And they then formed a unit in the presidency called Operation Vulindlela, which focused then on energy, transport and logistics, and crime and corruption. I'll touch on each of those in a minute. They then gathered the business forces in the country and through a structure of organized business unity South Africa, business leadership South Africa, under an overarching banner of an organization called Business for South Africa, which was the same organization or the same umbrella body that successfully partnered with government back in COVID. You may recall we had a bit of a stop-start to COVID, and then business jumped in together with government, and we really ended up making a success of the COVID interventions. And globally, we were well rewarded with a view that we were probably the third or fourth best response to the COVID epidemic back in 2020. So the partnership worked then, and we've adopted now the same partnership to address these ongoing challenges with the economy at the moment. So those are just a list of the companies, and there's been a pledge from the senior executives, and this has been carried forward to government just to explain and show the commitment of business. We partnered in 3 areas, as I mentioned: energy, and when this started back in 22, 23, clearly we were in stage 6, stage 7 of the load shedding. Transnet had dropped its volumes to seriously low volumes in terms of 20, 30-year lows in certain commodities like coal. And the crime and corruption was also remained a big challenge and was continuing to bedevil the economy. So these were the 3 areas that was agreed upon that business would partner with government. Subsequent to that, a 4th one has been added: employment. Employment is obviously an outcome of being successful in really eradicating load shedding, getting transport working, and getting rid of crime and corruption. You will then have a growth in the economy and employment. But there is a 4th focal area then that is not on the slide at the moment. The government then created 3 structures, if you will. The first one was NECOM, the National Energy there we go, the National Energy Crisis Committee. A second one being the National Logistics Crisis Committee, and a third one, the what is commonly called the Joint Initiative on Crime and Corruption. And I'll explain the structure in a minute, but those are the three areas. And now, as I said, there's a fourth one. We have got hard targets which we've got to deliver in terms of the partnership and the commitment. Clearly, it makes sense that if you grow the economy, you're going to have job creation, you're going to change the sentiment in the economy and in the country and with our global partners. And that's then going to feed economic growth. So you have a cycle or a circle of success. If you look at these things, and we started, as I said, with the three on the right. You would have seen, if you've been reading up on through the business papers, there's been a lot of talk about a 3% GDP growth. That came from these slides and from the work that was done in research by the Bureau of Economic Research at Stellenbosch and other analysts. And it's an aspirational target, to be honest, but it's what we need as an economy to be able to grow and get the jobs created. You'll see in a minute, we're in a situation of either jobs being shed or in fact jobs just being preserved. The first phase of the partnership, we went through and kind of closed that out, if you will, just so that we could show we'd had some successes, and that was closed out in late 2024. And it was called phase one, and you can see there's a list of the successes in what has happened with the business engagement. There was significant money contributed by the business for experts to deal with the energy, people being placed at power stations. We, on the national logistics side, had people placed within Transnet, within TFR and Transnet port terminals. There's been significant money spent by the private sector on security deployment where Transnet has not been able to keep up with the crime and the vandalism and the theft on some of the key rail corridors and the ports. And then in addition, that led to significant reduction in the number of incidents of trains being cancelled. Going forward into phase two, which will now include employment, but there's also pressure from the government, and it was referenced earlier by the Minerals Council, that we also need to deal with water. That's a major problem coming forward. So the partnership is being alerted to deal with the water challenge, but that's incredibly complex because it goes to the local authorities and the municipalities. And then the fifth area, in addition to energy, transport and logistics, crime and corruption, and water, if you will, the fifth area that the government is wanting to focus on, which affects everybody every day, is the local government or the management of the municipalities. But again, incredibly complex environment to get into. So business is reviewing how one partners with government structures in those areas. Where we are with the National Logistics Crisis Committee, so I'm just quickly going to hone in on that. We've got the government agencies that are involved in transport and logistics. We've got the state-owned entities that are related players in the area of transport and logistics, the Border Management Authority, SARS, Transnet, PRASA, the police, SANRAL, etc. And then you've got business sitting at the bottom, and we intersect in this thing called the National Logistics Crisis Committee. The point I want to make this morning, though, is business engages with the National Logistics Crisis Committee. We are not the National Logistics Crisis Committee. That's a structure of government. It needs to be a structure of government, and it was created by or established by the president back in May of 23. So we've been going for a year and a half now, and we've engaged extensively with the National Logistics Crisis Committee. But business does need to retain its independence. We are not the government. We are not managing Transnet. We are not running the trains, etc. And that's a critical area. Fortunately for the logistics industry in the country, Operation Vulindlela, which I referred to earlier, had identified the challenges facing Transnet and facing the economy because of Transnet's challenges. And a document called the Freight Logistics Roadmap was developed by Operation Vulindlela and adopted by Cabinet in December of 23. That freight logistics roadmap sets out the future of logistics in the country, what will happen with Transnet, how does roads integrate, what happens with the ports, etc. So a really excellent document written by consultants appointed by the presidency and adopted now by cabinet in December of 23. It speaks to how does the private sector engage with the logistics industry and particularly with Transnet going forward, and what is the end state of Transnet. There was a recognition that Transnet cannot carry on the way that it is, and particularly Operation Vulindlela was about rescuing or restoring or rejuvenating the logistics industry in the country. It's not about saving Transnet. How business engages is through 8 work streams. This slide is a very busy slide, but the critical ones are work stream 1 and work stream 2. The work stream 1 is where business engages with the NLCC to stabilize and improve the key logistics corridors of the country. That's the coal, the iron ore, manganese, chrome magnetite, and the container corridor. I'm sure a lot of you are involved in a number of those commodities, the transportation of those commodities, and obviously your businesses have boomed, as the Minerals Council pointed out, with the demise of Transnet's performance in particularly the coal, the manganese, to a lesser degree the iron ore, but obviously in the chrome and magnetite. It's led to significant benefits to the road transporters, but is clearly more expensive for the exporters, is damaging the roads and all those other wonderful things that were mentioned earlier. So the focus of work stream 1 is to stabilize Transnet's performance on those corridors and more critically improve it. And that's really where we kicked off. And in the year that we started, Transnet was kind of going to do 140 odd million tons. And we ended up ultimately doing 149 million tons and improving to 152 last year. So we are getting a lot better. It's not where we need it to be. The impact clearly on the road transportation and on the bulk commodities, the coal, the chrome, the magnetite, and to a degree the manganese, it needs to be borne in mind, and how does one deal with that? Workstream 2, which is the one I've highlighted, was requested by business to government and said, look, we need a work stream to deal with road transport. Business is engaging the road transporters. Sure, we're engaging them because of Transnet's performance, but at the end of the day, we are the ones responsible for contracting with the transporters, and we need to take responsibility for playing a role in managing the road transportation in the country. And this was all brought about by the lengthy queues at the Lebombo border post, the queues at Durban, the queues in Richards Bay, and some of the challenges on the route to Gqeberha. So we focused on four corridors, and really we'll get to in a minute exactly what the key outputs of that work stream are. I won't bore you with the other work streams, but suffice it to say, together with improving Transnet's current performance, the critical thing is what's called structural reform. It's the same thing that's happened at Eskom through the National Energy Crisis Committee, where you can now go and generate your own power and put it back onto the grid. The structural reform work streams and approved by Cabinet deal with third-party operators, private companies that can now go and get locomotives and wagons and operate on Transnet networks. Similarly, there's private sector participation in the form of investments that you can make in Transnet assets. So the critical thing now is that private sector is allowed, and National Treasury has absolutely insisted that there be private sector participation in the rail and port operations of the country. So very good news for the private sector, very good news for business in the country, that there will be now competition for Transnet, both in the ports and the rail arena. It's only just happened. There was a document issued just before Christmas by the Minister of Transport, allowing and approving now for third-party operators or private operators on Transnet's networks. Just to touch on very briefly the performance, we have been really working hard with Transnet, particularly Transnet Freight Rail and port terminals. Suffice it to say, we haven't been as successful as we were hoping. The target for this year was, which is the grey box on the left, was 170 million tons. Transnet had a recovery plan for its rail business to move 170 million tons, which was a significant increase of the prior years of 152 million. We are not going to achieve that number. It was a commitment by the Transnet board and the executive to push for 170. We are not going to meet that. And you can see, 170 million tons sounds like a lot of volume, but back in the heyday of Transnet, they moved 230 million tons. So you can see that how the performance has declined over the years, and we then stabilized it a year ago, and hopefully we were wanting to see an improvement to 170. That's not going to happen. It's unfortunate because I think we continue to be challenged by the number of vehicles on the road, and when Transnet is not performing, obviously, particularly on the N4 and the N2 and the N3, we continue to be challenged as a country by the number of vehicles, because exporters will get their cargo out. That is how it works. It's like water; it always finds a way to get through, and we are managing to successfully export higher volumes at the moment, but it's through to the detriment of the roads, safety, environment, and other matters. Transnet is looking to doing 193 for 25-26, which I think is going to be a challenge. We think that number is going to be slightly lower than that. And then the minister has made an announcement and has been dealing with it, that she believes, with research that she has at her availability, that we should be looking at 250 million tons on rail by 29-30. That is a significant jump from where we are at the moment. And it won't only be Transnet's volumes, it'll also include the private sector operators and others that will contribute to that volume. So that's a critical thing, if the room could just bear that in mind. We're not talking about Transnet or TFR doing its 250 million tons. There will be significant private sector trains and volumes that will move. The critical aspect of this slide, which is here on the left, below a number of about 200 to 220 million tons on rail, you find that there's job retention or job preservation, or even jobs are being destroyed. Above 200 to 220 million tons, you have growth in the economy, you have employment, you have job creation. And therefore, our targets are to literally move into this into the yellow area, green. Sounds like I'm colorblind. Move into the green area where we can actually positively talk about job creation. Those of you that are moving commodities, the coal, and others will know that mines are producing simply to keep people employed, and they're stockpiling all over the place. You're not able to get the volumes out of Richards Bay particularly, and it is a challenge to get it out of the other ports, out of Maputo and the other side of Richards Bay. So those are the targets that we are aiming for. That is the partnership that is working with the government, with Transnet, to make sure we reach those targets. We genuinely believe that 250 is a good number. As I said, Transnet used to do, back in the day, 226 million tons. Sure, the locomotives are a challenge now. There's increased vandalism and theft. The network is not in good condition. The signaling is a challenge. Eskom supply to the power supply to the network is a problem. So it is a different environment right now to when Transnet did its volumes, its previously high volumes. But we genuinely believe this is a target that is achievable. I won't bore you with all the initiatives and everything that we've got on the right-hand side, but suffice it to say that business is really leaning in supporting Transnet and the other government structures to reach these targets for the benefit of the growth of the economy. And Transnet has obviously welcomed both the business involvement as well as the private sector initiatives for third-party operators, as well as the private sector participation in investments with Transnet's assets. An important point here on the left, which I have highlighted already, is that the accelerated private sector participation is absolutely fundamental and key to achieving a 3% growth. Transnet in itself and the structures, and I'm talking about TFR and the port terminals, are not going to be able to achieve the volumes on the previous slide without private sector participation. And the mechanism which I've referred to that the minister signed off in December of 24 was the so-called network statement, which then was allowing private operators onto the network. And from literally, I think, the 7th of April, which is 6 weeks away or so, 2 months away, private sector trains can operate on the network. The challenge for the private sector is that you can't just simply go and buy an electric locomotive, or even a diesel locomotive for that matter. And therefore, it's going to take a little bit of time before we really see a significant change in the volume that's generated by private sector trains. But we acknowledge that. The good news is that the necessary regulations and the ministerial support and government support is there. Just moving on to the workstream 2 matters now, which are far more topical for the room today and the people on the call. Workstream 2 started off with 4 fundamental and key objectives. Part of the workstream is led by RFA board member and executive in one of the road freight executive in one of the food companies. We have strong support from the RFA and RTMS and other road-related organizations, including SANRAL and DOT, in this work stream. And we focused on the safety, and that's safety for everything. It's safety of the driver, safety of the cargo, and safety of the vehicle itself. We were significantly challenged, as you will all know, when you have these long queues on the Lubombo border particularly. The drivers are under threat, the cargo is under threat, and the vehicles are under threat. So we've had a strong safety focus. Obviously, reducing the cost of doing business to make sure that the road transport flows, and dealing with the associated cost of that. Freedom of movement was the third target, which is to reduce the congestion, improve the system efficiency and the performance. Now, any one of you that own vehicles will know we need to keep the vehicles going. The fluidity and the rhythm of the road transport is significant. And whether you're taking cargo to Maputo, to Richards Bay, to Durban, where the big queues have happened, we are seriously looking at all of those. And then lastly, a freedom of choice, which speaks to the road to rail migration. Clearly, as I've mentioned all along, the rail performance to Maputo on the Northeast Corridor and to Richards Bay particularly, and to Durban on the container corridor, and the so-called North Corridor, which goes to Richards Bay, has been poor. Those are the corridors that have given us the most challenges and are the ones that we've specifically focused on to lift performance. And those at the end of each of those corridors sits the ports, and where we're having the road congestion, whether it's on the N4, the N3, or the N2. But we need to improve rail, and we need to make sure that we can have a proper road to rail migration, which will also now include the opportunity of cargo owners to go to a private sector rail company, a train operating company, and say, would you be prepared to operate a train to take my stuff to Maputo, Richards Bay, Durban, or whatever. And clearly, I think everybody will agree there's a rightful place for road and there's a rightful place for rail. So those are the key areas we focused on. Some of the initiatives, and this has all been driven by a huge focus on data. We've been gathering data for the longest time now to make sure that we understand the movements of the vehicles. It's all anonymized data, so we don't know what's in the vehicles and who they belong to, but we've been looking at data, and we've got a good data partner. We're working with the CSIR as well to focus on areas particularly around the queuing analysis and producing dashboards. On the bottom right here, we publish a pulse report every week around the performance of the corridors the road corridors that we've been focusing on. We spent a lot of time also, if there is a challenge on the corridor, to issue an immediate alert. And for those of you that have not seen these pulse reports and want copies of them, please just let me know, and we can have those issued. Critically, for vehicles moving to Maputo, the challenges at the border. We've done a huge education drive and continue to do that. And you'll see on the left-hand corner infographics to explain to transporters and the cargo owners exactly what is entailed in exporting through the Lubombo border post and the challenges there, and to get your documentation and everything right. SARS and the Border Management Authority have done a great job. If I just talk about the border post for the moment at Lubombo, they've been looking at strengthening the number plate recognition projects. Additionally, there's been a lot of work done with some cargo owners on accountability scores, which is akin to dealing with what the RTMS is trying to achieve. We've set up a virtual a central coordination center which tracks all the vehicles on the corridors, well, not all of them. As a sample, we haven't been able to get all the vehicles. And that gives us a good idea of what the corridor is looking like and the density. The border staging areas and process improvements at the border, we've focused on particularly our focus, and we're working closely with Paul and his team, is the PBS. Through this work stream, which, as I said, has got all the government structures in it. So we are supporting the PBS initiative, and the offer remains all along that whatever we need to do to get PBS sorted, we are prepared to push through the engagement with the government through the National Logistics Crisis Committee and deal with it hopefully for once and for all. And Paul and his team are well aware of what we can potentially offer with direct linkages through to DOT and the road guys at DOT who sit on the work stream, as well as SANRAL, who are part of the decision-making process. So very strong focus on road. Unfortunately, which somebody said to me the other day, the more successful we were on the N4 corridor, getting the vehicles flowing, the more vehicles ended up going to the corridor. So, you end up being a victim of your own success. And clearly, if there's derailments or challenges on the rail to Richards Bay or Durban, you suddenly see a ton of vehicles going to Maputo. So we're very conscious this is a moving target and a real live situation that we have to deal with. But we'll continue to keep people informed through presentations at the Road Transport Forum. As I said, the Pulse report is available, which will give you guys a good idea of what's going on the corridors and whether we're having any success or not on the specific corridors. I'll leave it there, and I'm not sure do we do questions or not? I said this is a fire hydrant thing, so you've all drunk from the fire hydrant now. By all means, please be in contact with me outside of the forum, and I'm happy to take any calls. Thank you.
Love it? Okay. Fine. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bird. You did a great job. So no questions. Well done. Thank you. And it's a first. It's a first. So we think it'll be one of more to come. Wonderful. All righty. So we're going to go straight in to the chaps. It's a first also for the RTG team from Duan, presenting the RTG case study around RTMS and PBS. So it's quite exciting. And then I think let's really listen carefully. And if there are questions, now'd be the time to ask him, because it's a first. When a big operator comes up and steps up, and hy's 2 keer my hoogte, size, ensovoorts, then you must give him a productive engagement time.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, the suspense is intentional. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. As Kathy said, it's our first, so thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity, and thank you for your time. If you'd allow me, I just quickly want to give you a brief overview of the Reynard Transport Group, who we are and what we do. For those of you who don't know, seems like we There we go. There we go. Apologies. Okay, so just a quick overview. Reynard Transport Group was established in 1982 and has subsequently become one of the largest privately owned site tipper transporters on the African continent. We specialize in the bulk transportation of commodities in South Africa and our neighboring countries. And we move just over 18 million metric tons of bulk cargo per year. 80% of that is coal, and the rest some other minerals, and then some other commodities in the agricultural sector as well. Give you an overview of our divisions. We operate under 7 tipper divisions and 1 internal field division. First of all is Reynard Transport, Graham Carriers, Transmac, Amalgamated Bulk, S Hauliers, Nkwe Bulk, and then Matola Logistics, our Mozambican registered company. As I mentioned, one of the largest privately owned operators on the continent with just over 1,000 site tipper vehicles. We're very proud to say that we follow a strict 4-year, 600-kilometer fleet replacement policy. And together with our OEMs, like Afrit here today, and some of the other truck OEMs, we follow a meticulously applied preventative maintenance program, which I think is imperative, which we'll delve into just now once we start talking about RTMS. Our locations are largely located around the chrome operations in the provinces of Northwest and Limpopo. So as you can see, head office in Nigel, and then large depots in Rustenburg, Brits, Middelburg, Steelpoort, Durban, Richards Bay, Komatipoort, and then Mozambique as well. Right, and our drivers, I think that's the downside in talking a little bit down the line. I think Oliver touched on most of the drivers, the driver elements, and I won't repeat that or bore you with it. I think it is a fundamental component in any transporter's operation. I think everybody would agree with me. It is something we take extremely serious in our business, and we follow a very stringent process into getting that individual behind the wheel. I think there's 2 large components to it. Once again, Oliver did touch on it. First and foremost is to make sure that the right individual is behind that wheel. In terms of a compliance perspective from RTMS, do we know that that individual behind that wheel is competent? We've heard the stats a few times today that 80% of incidents are caused due to driver behavior, which I think is alone says quite a lot. So the first step, ultimately, when it comes to drivers, is to ensure that the drivers on the back or the drivers that's in the trucks are competent and responsible. And then secondly, is to keep on training those drivers. I think it's imperative in a South African context that with all the constraints that we face and the different route options, it's imperative that training is something that does not stop. And we'll touch on it just now, but I think it's one component of RTMS that allows us or that forces you in a large way to ensure that continuous training is in place, and that you make sure that not only that the driver is competent, but that at the end of the day he remains competent and he remains trained. Okay, so that's a quick overview of as I said, our company. Then what I would like to elaborate today on is a little bit on the compliance side. It's we've heard the topics now and we've heard different perspectives and opinions around it. From our side, in terms of compliance and a compliance culture, I think first of all, everybody spoke about the constraints. There's various different constraints, once again, in a South African context, where it might be micro or macro constraints, but there's a lot of them, and we can spend days on it. We might have to book this venue for another 2 weeks if we really want to delve into it. but there's a lot of them. My message today would just be, and I think Anna touched on it in a very well done presentation. It's very informative, by the way. Thank you. Is to say that we shouldn't see compliance as that exact constraint, but rather as that imperative enabler to ensure the sustainability and the viability of the industry. And I think we said a lot in these forums where we hear this opinion that compliance is that constraint. As I said, some of the previous speakers mentioned that there is a cost component, there is a administrative component to it. But I would like to take you through our example and in our experience, the various different ways, as I said, that RTMS specifically enables you, to compete first of all, and to have the right trucks on the road. I think that's ultimately what it's about. We then started off internally to say, if compliance is something, and we as Reynard take it exceptionally, close, we keep it close to our hearts to say, if compliance is that important to us, how do we design our systems to almost comply by design, to ensure that that is the fundamental starting block where we start off to say, what are we going to do from the get-go to allow our systems to enable our people and processes to exactly do that, to ensure compliance. We then started a few years ago with a project to develop a system specifically for Reynard Transport. There wasn't really any products off the shelf available. Once again, given all the South African dynamics, the site tipper dynamics and respect to the other operators, but the site tipper sometimes I think is just another different beast. And we developed a system that encompasses our entire operation, our entire business. So it starts first of all from a marketing perspective where we allocate, we create a client, we create sites with geofences, we have approved routes that's controlled through our system. We have tablets on the trucks, which those routes are communicated through. And it goes all the way down to addressing, as I said, the marketing function, the operational function in terms of maintenance. We've heard a lot of the words now, preventative maintenance, driver fatigue, all those key components that's essential to measure when we talk about compliance and having a system to do that. So that's where it started off for us. It started off as an initial project, and it sort of has just extrapolated into something quite big, and that's, as I say, encompassed our entire business. And together with that, as I say, is to identify those elements, to manage them proactively. Unfortunately, once again, as we said, there's certain things that we can't react to or manage retrospectively once the incident has occurred. We need to make sure our drivers are compliant. The trucks are at a certain standard, maintenance schedules are up to date. So all those things are and that's something I haven't really heard today is and something I want to emphasize is to say all of these are proactive measures. It doesn't help we sit, someone referred to a DMR audit in 2 months' time, and we want to understand why did what happen and what did we do, or what can we do in the future to prevent that. I think it's imperative to understand, and it's a large component of RTMS, is to identify those shortcomings early enough to say, if we comply things within our control, we already limit our risk or mitigate our risk to a large extent. Self-regulation, and this is also a component when we designed our structures, is to say that, and once again, RTMS made mention of it in a few of the previous presentations, is to say we need to move away from this box ticking mentality or culture almost, where we sit around the table and we quickly have a look, and I mean, we get different audits from different organizations for different reasons, but you can definitely see the difference in something like a RTMS being audited by JC auditors and some of the other measures or standards, where there's a clear difference between ticking a box and saying, yes, my drivers comply and I manage fatigue. And it's a little file that's somewhere in a cupboard that someone, if they look for it, we can go and scratch it out and present it. There's a big difference between that and actually having that culture in your business to know that your processes manages those elements for you. And it comes back to our system. And I really want to plead with you, as I said, that self-regulation is to say that if we're honest with each other, do we look at ticking boxes, or are we trying to instill a culture of compliance in our businesses? And then the final facet of that then is to say, how do we, if we go through all the systems and we got all these nice systems and we spent a lot of resources, on the systems, and it's custom built and it's so nice and everything is like we want it. The second element then is to say, how do we incorporate that culture into the people? How do we cultivate, that compliance culture within our industry? And not just as a Reynard, as the industry, as a weighbridge operator, as a port agent, as the entire logistics chain. How do we cultivate that compliance culture? And it's something we focus a lot on. And I want to challenge everyone here today. The next time that you see one of our trucks in a staging area, and if it's safe to do so, please approach that driver and you ask that driver about his truck, or ask him about what's his fuel consumption or what's in the back of his truck. And I can almost guarantee you the passion in that guy's eyes will inspire you. And that is something we work towards, is to say we need to instill that compliance culture, that it's almost something, we need to create a passion for it. And the only way we can do that is, first of all, we've spoken about it today a lot, is on the training side, and to share the reasonings for it. I think a lot of the times on the compliance element is that we do things because it's a tick box, but we don't necessarily know why. And then it becomes difficult to do. It's like with anything in life. If someone doesn't explain to you why do you need to do something, what is the why in it, then the interest is already gone. And then, as I said, once we sort of establish that culture, what do we do then to use that culture then to enable people and our industry to change and to comply? First of all, collaboration has been spoken a lot, about today a lot. I think it's not only, we tend to think that it's sort of horizontal collaboration between OEMs, and once again, we've got great OEMs here today. I want to challenge you guys to also have a discussion with them, get the dialogue going. It's like-minded people, like-minded organizations that really want to invest and to change the way how we do things, to operate more effectively and more efficiently. And it's not just that horizontal collaboration, but also vertical collaboration. We're sitting with a lot of other transporters here today, which, once again, I think that to a certain extent, we need to take ownership almost of the compliance element to it all, and say we need to come to a point where, if we don't collaborate, I mean, there's a lot of proverbs that refers to, a community and unity. And I mean, if we don't come together to assist each other in those elements, we're gonna lose the fight. And on top of that, I think it's not just only, once again, now we're referring only to the private sector. Ian spoke about it now in terms of the relationship with the public sector. There's a lot of different initiatives that Reynard personally gets involved with in terms of collaborating with the public sector. For an example, over the last 3 years, Reynard has spent, together with some of the mining clients, spent over 20 million rand to try and get the R36 Bambi Road to a drivable condition, at least, to ensure that we can keep trucks moving and to ensure that it's in everybody's interest and it's safe to do so. Together with that, I think we've touched on the hybrid solutions in terms of road and rail. I think some of our transporters, we get a bit shivery if we hear rail. And Ian showed a lot of stats now that, that makes you wonder. And sometimes, you sort of cringe a bit. But I think it's good. I think in that aspect as well, there's a lot to offer. There's a lot we can do to effectively improve the efficiencies of the general logistics sector in our country. And it's imperative that we get together, with those sort of initiatives. Us, as an example, once again, make use of different siding operations where we run these hybrid models, where at the end of the day, not only is rail a bit more competitive in terms of commercial costing in most cases, but it also helps with congestion and a whole other host of advantages. So it is something that I would also like to encourage the industry, not to, especially from a transporter's point of view, not to get too scared off by the fact to collaborate with the public sector in that regard. Then another big component when it comes to enabling people in industry, and it's a fundamental pillar of RTMS, which you've also heard a lot about today, is training. I've mentioned it as well. From Reynard's side, we've got the Commercial Professional Driver Academy, which is a registered academy that's yeah, it's something close to the heart as well. It takes unemployed individual and trains them over an 18-month period to become registered and accredited heavy vehicle drivers. It's an intensive process where it involves not only on-road training, but also psychometric and classroom training, which is the first phase of the program. The second phase would then involve that driver trainer or that candidate to be in a truck and do hours with a driver trainer in the truck to show him not only it's not only the typical things, but the more important things, the culture as well around being a driver. What's the do's and what's the don'ts? It's easy we get back to driver employment, but it's easy these days to get a code 14 license and we jump in a truck and we think we're drivers and we can get going. There's so much more to it. There's so much more we can learn and train individuals before we even put him behind the wheel. And a nice story about the academy is, and I have to apologize, our CEO Rodney Houston McMillan wanted to be here today, but unfortunately and coincidentally, he's at one of the graduations of the CPDA today, where 180 drivers are graduating. The academy graduates about 360 drivers into the industry every year. So it's a big success story. One of my colleagues here today, and I would like you to once again engage with him. George Mokoena was, it's a nice story actually, in 2017, Rodney called me aside and we were still, the marketing department was still fairly small and things are picking up and we're trying to innovate and get things going. And he said to me, yes, Duan, I've noticed this individual. I want you to meet him. Don't you want to come to the graduation? It's the first class of the academy and it's their graduation. Don't you want to come along? And I went to the graduation. And he said to me, you see that guy there, it's him. Just go and speak to him and tell me how you feel afterwards. What do you think? Are there any potential? And I went there and there was a very skinny, you won't say it now, but there was a very skinny individual, shy, standing there. And I returned to Rodney and I said, no, yes, I don't think. He said, believe me, I can see. And that's maybe just the talent he has, is to see that potential in people. And he said to me, just give it a go and let's see what happens. And George, as I said today, and sorry for putting him in the spotlight, but he basically graduated through the CPDA, was a controller at Reynard, and today he's part of the executive marketing team of our organization. And not only because he was going through the academy, but because he has that passion that we keep referring to, that understanding not only for numbers or driving, but the entire business and the entire industry. And that is something we're very passionate about, and includes our internships and learnerships as well, to continue that training and to keep on almost, they say what you reap is what you sow. It's other way around, but it's typical to that. We can't expect as an industry to expect those numbers of incidents to come down if we don't actually invest and something that's, I almost want to say tangible, something that we can have real discussions about that makes a meaningful difference. That adds to my second point of host communities, where I think it just adds to the fact of being sustainable and getting to that point where we can keep on giving back. And once again, through being compliant, enable these points. Because without being compliant, half of this, what we're talking about, is all nice. And as I say, with respect, but we see it a lot in these forums where there's a lot of great plans and enthusiasm, but there's nothing really to show for it. In a year's time, everybody just comes back and we look at the numbers and we go home. And that is not what we're trying to do. We really want to emphasize that fact, to say, let's get that going. And it gets to my next point of the industry norm and culture. At the end of the day, aren't we the creators of the industry can't be what we don't allow it to be, or it is what we allow it to be in that sense. So if we look at these numbers, and there's a lot of shocking numbers, today I also want to ask, that we take out the mirror and we do a little bit of introspection as well, and say, why are we allowing certain things to happen, and whose control is it? Especially in a South African context, there is external factors as well. But what are we doing? The industry is only what we allow it to be. So I really want to challenge you to think about it in that sense. And once again, as I say, to really do that bit of introspection and see what can we do differently to get to a more efficient and sustainable place. And that's the second question, to say, and once again, Anna elaborated on that, is to say that I don't think everybody has that perspective to say that RTMS, for example, being an enabler to efficiency and sustainability is something that we shouldn't overlook. Once again, we've named numerous examples now of these examples of how compliance actually assists you, not only from a compliance point of view in terms of what my client wants, and once again ticking boxes, but actually ensuring that from a corporate or from a commercial perspective as well, that your trucks are seen to, that you know you've got systems in place to control certain variables, to mitigate risk. All of these topics that you've heard about today sort of boils down to that. And then, yeah, lastly, I think it comes down to what I've echoed now through everything else, and to sum it up, is to say, don't we owe it to ourselves and to our colleagues and to the industry to keep each other accountable as well. If we want the logistics industry, and specifically on the transport side, if we want it to continue to grow and to be efficient, we really need to start keeping each other accountable. It's not okay to put a truck on the road with worn out tires. It's not okay to put a driver behind a wheel of a truck and pay him 6,000 rand a month. It's not okay. We need to keep each other accountable to that. And if we don't do that, nobody else is going to do that. So for as long as we allow that to happen, we should not expect more. And that's just the last message I wanted to leave you with. Once again, thank you for the opportunity. We will be around. A few of our representatives are here, so you're more than welcome afterwards to have a chat, if you don't mind. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. That was your first. So I will share with Rodney that you are okay. No, I'm just kidding. You are more than okay. You are more than okay. So that was great. Interesting to see. And I love that bit about the R36. So it means that you would have graded it, because I doubt that you tarred it for 20 million bucks. You graded it, ne? Yeah. And with the community. Supporting the community, so it's safe and so on. Well done, that's a fantastic initiative. And obviously the CPDA, they've actually been part of a partner before, and today's the graduation. So that is why they're not here. See, so our timing was a bit, but yeah, that's also amazing. That program is almost like a pilot program, where they have a whole track record of what they've done and so on. So it's not just getting a license. You actually have to do 150,000 kilometers, and you have to do a number of trips. That's quite exceptional. So I love that. Good. Right, next up. The young man next to me, George Sumar from LCS, he's presented before, and so Carmen couldn't make it today, which is unfortunate. However, George, we're always happy to listen to you and the LCS story. Also come a long journey with the LCS team, and thank you so much. We're looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you, Kathy. I just hope you're going to give my CEO also a good report, right? Thanks, man. Good afternoon, everyone. I think, if you know Kathy, then you're connected. So whoever know Kathy, you're connected with everybody, because that's how I get to know Oliver, get to know Dr. Paul, Harry. So Kathy, thank you for being that connection for us. Thank you. I would like to just start off by first introducing who LCS Group is. We've been in the industry for a long while, and we've learned some good lessons along the way. And like my neighbors, my colleagues, Reinhard, we've all been around for time, but our models are slightly different. We more or less run similar operations, but different models within the industry. So I just like to share a little bit about LCS and who we are before I move on to RTMS, and then I would like to touch on PBS, and then obviously the economic challenges within our country. But firstly, let's start with. Okay, I'd just like to explain. LCS formally started in 1979, and at that time it was heavy transport. And from there, we grew our fleet to own fleet of over 500 taut liners. We were more in the taut liner industry at that time. And our late chairman, R.V. Brits, very passionate. They started this business, also a family business, father and two sons, and they managed to grow this business into what it is today. It's said that we lost our chairman 2 years ago, but he was very passionate, a very kind man. He understood the industry, he's people orientated, and his vision and his dream helped us to get to where we are. In between 1990 and 99, heavy transport progressed well in the taut liner industry. Then we look at 2000 to 2005. The business was then sold into Imperial, which is now DP World. But back then, all the companies came together like highway carriers, long distance transport, and heavy transport. All these groups formed Imperial Cargo. So that's where Imperial Cargo started from. And while we were at Imperial, we tried to implement the model that we are implementing now, because Imperial being a big company with various transport operators, we tried to do what we are doing today, but it was too big. It was not manageable at that time. Then in 2006, Avi then entered back into the tipper industry, and that's where we started on the tipper basis. So if we look at from 2006 to 2010, this is where the business developed. But because of the need of the mining charter, because of BEE, and to look at smaller SMEs, we had to change the way we operate, change the way we do business. And then we see as we continue 2011 to 2023, we entered the shipping space as well. As I'll show you, one of our companies, which is base shipping, we do a lot of port services. So that got added onto the business. And then we'll see there from 24 to 2030, the focus now is obviously to move on the digital platform. And with a digital platform and with all the offerings in the market, we have to obviously choose the right products to be able to give us visibility on real-time movements. So, okay, I'm just going to skip all of that, but basically we can see from 2006 to 2010, here we focus now more on the PE and to comply with the mining charter. We then looked at onboarding smaller SMEs, but smaller SMEs becomes challenging. Like my colleague Duan said, with their own fleet, they can manage that, but also it comes with a lot of challenges. It comes with a lot of financial infrastructure. So in order to develop these guys, we then moved on to an evolution and gateway model, but which is not ready yet. The industry is not yet ready to embrace that, because we need to get all the players together. So far we've managed to walk the road with Standard Bank, who is our long partners. Efrat also is a partner. There was discussions with Efrat as well, Mercedes-Benz, to bring the project together that we can obviously give back into the industry. So if we just look at our history, LCS, this is basically all the companies within LCS. So what we have to do now, with the challenging conditions in the market and with all the constraints, and as I'll go through the presentation, because we'll touch on the port delays and everything else, it makes it impossible to keep all these companies alive. So we have to now look at trying to restructure, trying to close a lot of the companies and try to consolidate it into 3 companies to be able to survive in this industry or to survive in the current market conditions. Okay, so LCS Logistics is basically the site tipper business. this is where we deal with most of the mining companies. So logistics will look after that completely. But to support that, we added on base shipping that does the clearing and forwarding, that does port services for a lot of the mining clients. And thirdly, we have YJL, which we acquired. This is more in the container space. It runs on the N3 corridor. Just on that operation, we have our own fleet there that runs consistently on the N3 corridor. But we know the challenges are also making it difficult. That's why we touch on for PBS. Also, we need to look at the PBS to make this operation viable. And if you are a logistics company or a transporter, you will understand that if you lose one load, it's difficult to recover. And the fixed cost for a vehicle is almost anything between 6.5 to 8,000 rand a day. So if that truck stands one day at a port, you lost that money. Stands 2 days, you lost that money. There's no way of recovering that cost. So it just makes business a lot more difficult and a lot more challenging. Okay, so yeah, so that's LCS Group in a nutshell. But just for just some peace of mind facts, for last year, we've moved 58,759,000 tons. Okay, on average, it's about 160 loads a day. We've now, with the SMEs, we use the total fleet of 2,405 vehicles, and we've traveled 33.84 million kilometers just to see that this is what we do. So we also run a fleet between 800 to 1,000 trucks. But again, with the smaller SMEs, you have to manage them correctly. And if they're not schooled correctly, they don't understand properly, it can be challenging. So you find them coming on board, they're going off board again. But if we look at all of this here, the risk on the commodities that we carry, it's so high in terms of ferrochrome theft. The syndicate looks like they're one step ahead of us. The more money we spend in technology and in security, they're already 2 steps ahead. How they're going to beat the system. Okay, so this is what we have done for last year. So I would like to now touch on the our journey with RTMS. LCS Road Safety and RTMS commitment, ensuring excellence in transport safety and compliance. LCS has consistently demonstrated its commitment to road safety and compliance by leveraging RTMS road transport management system to uphold the highest standard in transport safety. I'm stuck again here. Sorry, man. This. Okay, so our key RTMS objectives at LCS is monitoring and managing vehicle speed, regulating driver hours and shift schedules, conducting accident and incident investigation, addressing traffic and traffic offenses and infringements, engaging stakeholders through feedback and complaints handling. Just to go back to RTMS, RTMS is not compulsory. RTMS is voluntary. So it's not that you are forced to follow the RTMS route, but RTMS has grown our business. RTMS has given us peace of mind. If we comply, and like I said, it's voluntary. It's something that you do to improve your business, to improve your position in the industry. So RTMS definitely is a good tool for the transport industry. Okay, and we also striving for excellence in transport safety. Our journey with RTMS has allowed us to place high value on road safety, implement industry leading best practice, practices, continuous improvement, operational standards, maintain compliance with RTMS objectives. LCS is a pioneer in the road transport safety and compliance with the mining and mineral sector, being the first long-distance bulk transporter to obtain RTMS accreditation. Now, when I say being the first to obtain that, because we use SMEs, so you have to onboard them as well. So the task becomes even bigger to manage, but it's a good tool to upgrade the SMEs as well. This highlights LCS leadership in the industry standards, commitment to regulatory compliance, and dedication to safety and efficient transport operations. And as it was mentioned earlier on, most of the mining houses now is writing it into their contracts that RTMS on the mining sector is now becoming compulsory. So, but what's good about it, the mining houses are also holding us accountable to ensure that we are fully compliant and that we transfer these skills again to the small SMEs. So we obtained our accreditation in 2012, and we successfully managed to maintain that and retain that till today. Okay, road safety highlights the company's commitment to identifying risk, implementing mitigating measures, and managing key safety aspects, such as to ensure that road safety is prioritized. LCS established suitable policies, procedures, and processes to manage the following in line with the RTMS standards. Obviously, it's the key focus areas is vehicle speeding, driver hours, driver shifts, accidents and incidents, investigation traffic offenses and infringements, and public stakeholder feedback. Okay, so in order for us to remain compliant, to see live information, and to keep our business active, we've then went into developing our own in-house system. Obviously, using all the technology that's available from your tracking companies that you use, we've built a in-house system called LCS Gateway. So what we say now, if it's not on the system, it should not happen in terms of compliance. So we then looked at what are the RTMS pillars, and then we built those systems in to be able to monitor and to measure it. Now, what we're doing with this as well, we're allowing visibility to our clients. So if they want to track the vehicle, they want to see the movement of the vehicle, they want to check on fatigue management, they can go into the system. So we'll give them access to that. So we're also based in the Northern Cape, Newcastle, the Northwest area, Richards Bay, Durban. We've got sites everywhere where we have site supervisors with bakkies that go out and physically check the vehicles on safe trip before the vehicles go into the smelter or to the mine to go and load. So we make sure all of that is compliant before the vehicle can load. But again, like I said, with SMEs, it's not always easy to manage that process. So therefore, this year, we've taken a decision in order to get them compliant. We're going to use our ED spend to onboard them on RTMS. We're going to use that ED spend for skill transfers, because a lot of smaller operators, they get a vehicle, they come into the industry, they don't understand the dynamics. The guy think he buy 2 trucks, then he must buy a Mercedes-Benz car also. You have to school the guys to understand that you can't have all of that and not manage the business well. But that's the type of skill that we have to transfer across within the industry. Okay, I just want to just show a little bit of a sample of the system because it pulls all the information in. So if we look at our gateway platform, where we can monitor the driver, his fuel consumption, the speeding habits, their driving habits, all of that. And we can see that information live. So the controller can immediately contact his drivers. He can discuss with his drivers. And we bring the owners in. We have separate rooms where we can sit with them. We can coach them. We can advise them from a business perspective, where they're going wrong, where's the shortfalls, what they can do differently to improve. Okay, part of that as well, if we look at this slide here, it's obviously the load management. So I've just taken a sample and I haven't shared the entire fleet, but if we look at a sample, I think so. Okay, if we look at this here, at this slide, we can manage now our overloads. And also what's important, we got to make sure, like it was presented earlier, where the consignee and the consignor has to participate in ensuring that the vehicles are loaded correctly before they leave the site. I know they will all say that it's the driver's responsibility, but like Tuan said, we all got to take ownership. We all got to hold each other accountable. So it starts from the point of loading until we deliver that product, that we ensure that the vehicle is correctly loaded so it can get to its final destination. Okay, also our maintenance program is also a live system where we can see the number of vehicles that has been serviced, when they're due for service, when they have to come in. And you'll see we've missed a few there on the red side, but that's mostly contributed to the delays that we are experiencing, where vehicles can't offload, they can't get back on time to be serviced. Okay, we also just started now with our tire management as well, and I see there's some interesting offers here today on tires as well, which we would like to have a word with the team to discuss that, to see what we can do going forward. But obviously, because of the conditions on our roads, our tire cost is really out of the window. The potholes, there's so many potholes that we have on our roads. It just not only damages the tires, it damages airbags, so it increases the cost of running a vehicle. Okay, and then from a fatigue management point of view, this is also strong from the mining sector, where we measuring fatigue. So through this system here, if the driver hasn't stopped after his 250 or 300 kilometers, or after so many hours, it will flag us. If the driver has exceeded his driving hours, it will flag us, so we can act almost immediately. But the sad thing about now managing fatigue, how do you manage fatigue now? Because when your driver get to Richards Bay, he stands in the queue, 15-kilometer queue. Now, the driver's argument is that they are ready to work, that they, in our vehicles, that they are security guards for our vehicles, they are security guards for the products, so they say that they are ready to work, you have to pay them. So now a truck can stand 15, 16 hours, and the driver wants his pay because he's sitting behind your wheel. He's looking after your truck. He's looking after your product. So with all the challenges in the port and all those delays, just increase the cost. Even now, the driver's cost is becoming even more than the cost of paying for a truck, tractor, and a trailer. That's how challenging is becoming. And with compliance and with the mining sectors, they're keeping us on our toes, which is good. They measuring everything, but again, like I said, the challenges come in from the ports. The inconsistency at the ports is starting to cause major delays and cost and loss. Just alone last year, I can't mention any names, but there was 2 big fleet companies that closed down purely because of this cost. So for own fleet owners, it is really challenging in our industry to stay abreast and to stay alive. Okay, we look at the incidents and accidents. Obviously, through the RTMS management system, you can see there is a trend that it is coming down. But then again, with a lot of inexperienced drivers on the road, with a lot of challenges, these incidents always continues. Like Duan referred that sometimes you do everything right, but it's another driver that hasn't been properly trained, that hasn't been properly onboarded, that hasn't been invested in, that creates those problems. So obviously training and all of those things are important. And I agree with Anna when Anna say, rather spend the 2 rand and earn an extra 5 rand. And that's what we got to do. For a long time, the industry just carried on and chased bottom line and chased a lot of things. Compliance wasn't much of a requirement, but it's good to see that the industry as a whole is taking that initiative, especially the mining houses. They put in the pressure, they're monitoring us, they're measuring us, and which is good because we can engage, they can understand our challenges, we can understand their challenges as well. Okay, I think I'm limited for time here as well, but sorry, driver recognition also is important to us. We monitor and measure our drivers, and that was the 3 drivers that was awarded last year for good performance, good fuel consumption, complying with the RTMS requirements as well. Okay, and obviously we also do extensive training with our staff. It's important to make sure that we train them, we invest in them so that we can get the right results as well. Okay, I'm going to pass all of that there. We had a workshop together with RTMS at Harrismith where our risk team participated. So it's good initiatives to continue, and we'll wait for all of them to run another program which we can participate there as well. Okay, PBS. I think, Katie, my time is tight here, but anyway. Okay, just on the PBS. Also on the PBS, we built our first trailer in 2015, and which was to utilize it IMF, I forget a client's name now. They went into business rescue and closed down in the Northwest area, and the project never kicked off from there. So obviously we do have PBS trailers, and if you all know the regions that you have to run through, the costs for permits can go up to 150,000 rand, passing all the different provinces. But at the moment you can't purchase or you can't get the permits. And even to lay out that cost, it's got to work. Now PBS also will help reduce the number of vehicles on the road. I think I'm limited for time here, but if we look at the challenges, the infrastructure on the ports, it's not built for so many vehicles to be on the road to handle all of that. So our entire infrastructure, our road infrastructure, is not built to handle so many vehicles on the road, because that's the part where Transnet's supposed to play from utilizing rail. So now with all the challenges of rail has increased the number of vehicles on the road. And then with the coal boom, a lot of the guys that were doing local work don't have experience on a long distance route. As you'll see in the incidents that happened at Pongola, where a lot of children were killed, it's purely because of inexperienced drivers that went onto those routes that didn't have the knowledge and the expertise to travel on those routes. Okay, so I'm going to cut it short. But in terms of the PBS, there's no clear direction from the Department of Trade and Industry as to the way forward. When can this project kick off? When can you get approvals to get the PBS working effectively. So obviously the communication is challenging. We hope Dr. Pauldem is going to help the process a lot more because they in discussions with the Department of Transport as well. So we hope this forum will be able to speed this process up and help us to get the PBSs on the road. Okay, but then Richards Bay, I'm going to just pass Richards Bay and Durban. But anyway, because of the infrastructure that's not geared up to handle the volumes from a road point of view, it's just causing unnecessary delays. So Durban and Richards Bay congestion is costing our country because now we're extending business to Maputo Port, to Walvis Bay Port, where these businesses could run through our ports. So obviously, it's good news to hear today that it's good news to hear today that there is going to be some private investors, and we hope that that can change. But I think it can be still a little while, because even if you go into Richards Bay Port, the potholes are so big, you have to get a tow truck to take your bakkie out. So imagine now you're going with the 70-ton rig there, and you get stuck in those potholes. I think the clients are feeling it also. They have to hire their own yellow mission equipment at the ports. So cost is increasing everywhere. And then we'll have this debate about rates. But it's all the inefficiencies in the country that is costing, that the transport operators cannot get the correct rates to operate at. Markets are challenging. A lot of customers are reaching out to government for assistance to stay alive. So you can imagine what happened. The transport industry always takes the knock. The transport industry always has to cut its rates in order for us to stay in this industry. It starts there, but we don't look at all the inefficiencies around. For example, like the ports. So the transporters bear this brunt. And the margins are so small. Yes, there is volume, but the margins are minimal. But we have to try and change the mindsets of our operators. And that's where with the BE partners or the small SMEs, we've developed a model that can help them. But it's time again, because you have to school them, you have to educate them, you have to educate the drivers to take that forward. So yes, I won't go to all the challenges. You'll all know the challenges. I might offend some officials if I say what I want to say, but I think I'll stop here, Katie, if that is all right with you all. But yes, in a nutshell, like I said, RTM is voluntary. It's not compulsory, and we would encourage. And the only way we can speed this up here, like I say, we run also a fleet of between 800 to 1,000. That's about 150 operators. So that's about 150 operators that you bring into the marketplace, and so 150 operators that you got to educate, that you got to school. And I think the best way to spend the ED spend is to utilize it on the small SMEs, to get them RTMS accredited, to bring them in, to transfer skills, to train them, to develop. And it is a challenge. It's not something that is simple, that this can be done, but we believe it is possible. And with the help of everybody in the industry, we all take accountability, we can do this. Thank you very much.
That was good. Thank you very much. Comprehensive as always. Lots of information, great detail. Okie dokie. So next up, it's the team from New Era Commerce, Master Chaba and Mandla. They're going to co-present. And this is also wonderful. Also Stanleyman customer for many, many years, started from very few trucks, and we helped them grow. And what is amazing is that they're also running PBS combinations, road trains actually on Tronox. So it's the first black operator that is running the road trains in Tronox, which is quite exceptional. So looking forward to your presentation. And then just a quick heads up, but we will be finishing on time about 2:15. And then we've got a harvest table that's going to be there. So we are on time. So enjoy all the information. It's lovely. It's rich. And thank you, Mr. Chaba and Mandla. Take it away.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to the Standard Bank team and the RTMS team, as well as Ms. Kathy Bell for the invite. We do not take such opportunities very lightly. It does actually put us on out there, for marketing purposes. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I am Masechaba Monamodi. I'm together with my colleague Mandla, and we are just going to be doing a case study presentation based on the benefits of RTMS. We will start off with a short video giving you just a breakdown and an introduction on our company and the footprint that we have within the industry.
Welcome to New Era Commerce, a leading professional entity renowned for delivering innovative solutions within the South African industrial operational landscape. Since our inception in 2009, we have cultivated a culture of unity and collaboration, engaging diverse stakeholders in our shared mission, moving the nation one tip at a time.
My name is Tawzan Mangala. I'm the Managing Director of New Era Commerce. New Era Commerce is a logistics company that is focusing on rendering transportation and materials handling services, mainly to mining houses. But we also do pharmaceuticals, we also do agriculture, and we just do FMCG as well.
New Era Commerce is proud to own and operate the most sophisticated industry equipment, vehicles, and technology. Our commitment to minimizing SHEQ risks and costs has earned us over a decade of distinguished service to blue-chip clients. Our dedication to excellence is embodied in our state-of-the-art SHEQ certified operations control room and our support and service workshop, staffed by certified and skilled professionals.
My name is Martin Banzogu. I work for New Era Commerce. I'm the operations manager. I started my journey with New Era Commerce in 2017. We embarked on another journey of implementing the RTMS, which they are in the Western Cape, in Frederick. New Era Commerce, we have a culture that we live in. We are all united. And since we have various operations from your materials handling, industrial cleaning, transportation, handling of the cargo as well. So we live by one culture, which is very united. So New Era Commerce, whether you're a general cleaner, whether you're a driver, operator, we all look at each other the same way.
We provide bespoke solutions perfectly suited to the mining, construction, and energy industries, offering comprehensive turnkey solutions that ensure seamless operational continuity. Our expertise in bulk materials handling encompasses a broad range of services, including stockpile management with front-end loaders, TLBs, and ADTs, construction and upkeep of discard dumps and ash storage facilities, and meticulous management of co-disposal facilities. We streamline the transportation of materials within mining and energy plants, maintaining stockpiles and coordinating the transfer of ore from extraction points to ports and final destinations, including loading onto rail trains and road trucks. Our tailored solutions extend to specialized industrial cleaning, encompassing manual and mechanical spillage cleanup using an array of machinery such as skid steering loaders, front-end loaders, TLBs, tippers, road sweepers, vacuum trucks, and more. New Era Commerce excels in the cleaning of dry spillages and wet waste, offering comprehensive surface cleaning, spillage disposal, sweeping, and maintenance of operational areas. We manage material flow through conveyor systems, addressing blockages and efficiently handling spillages of various materials, including coal, zircon, rutile, and heavy mineral concentrates across diverse industry plants. Our industrial high-pressure cleaning and waste disposal services are equipped to handle hazardous waste, including raw sewage, sludge, and sand. We provide extensive cleaning and vacuuming services on-site and off-site, utilizing super suckers and high-pressure jetting equipment. Recognizing the critical importance of environmental stewardship, we offer road maintenance and dust suppression, maintaining haul roads with graders, rollers, and water tankers. Our comprehensive dust management solutions cover road construction, dust suppression, monitoring, reporting, and misting. Additionally, our dredging services and solutions specialize in effective silt removal, addressing the challenges faced by dams and line dams that impact their capacity and efficiency. Our advanced silt removal techniques not only enhance storage capacities, but also prioritize environmental conservation, safeguarding aquatic ecosystems.
To the reduction in terms of your CO2 emission, which is carbon dioxide emissions. So we know that everywhere we go in these days, we're talking about caring for the environment so that we can hand it over to the coming generations in its safest form. So those vehicles, they're assisting in terms of that. That's for me the biggest highlight. And then secondly, they assist because you require a few of them instead of requiring more. So we are addressing the issue of congestions on our roads, and subsequently we can have fatalities with a lot of trucks that are on the road. But with these ones, you're running a few of them, removing a higher payload and a go, and then that gives us, a safer roads and other road users to use the same roads.
Safety. At New Era Commerce, we are committed to achieving daily efficiencies and competencies while prioritizing safety. Our continuous improvement approach aims for zero harm to our team, clients, and the environment. Our safety certifications are in line with international standards and protocols, thanks to our affiliations and associations with member organizations. We proudly hold various classes of ISO certifications from the British Standards Institution, including ISO 9001:2015, ISO 14001:2015, and ISO 45001:2018. In terms of operational safety enhancements, our service vehicles at New Era Commerce are RTMS certificated. Additionally, we are proud members of the Institute for Working at Heights, ensuring compliance with procedures for working at heights within the community. Our commitment extends to sustainability and quality assessment. We align with the Safety and Quality Assessment for Sustainability, SQAS, and the Institute of Waste Management South Africa, IWMSA. These affiliations reinforce our operational accountability and responsibility toward the well-being of communities and the environment. We take immense pride in the growth and development of our team members, which directly contributes to our organization's expansion. From an initial team of 5, we have now grown to 148 employees. Furthermore, our organization boasts an impressive array of state-of-the-art equipment, all owned and operated by the diverse New Era Commerce team across various service sites in South Africa. At New Era Commerce, we redefine revolutions as we work diligently to achieve the targets set by our partners.
Okay, I know that was a mouthful, but I hope that summarizes who we are. For now, I'm just going to hand over to my colleague to take you through some parts of our presentation.
Good afternoon. Side, I'll be very brief because a lot of the elements of RTM. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. So from my side, I'll be very brief. I'll just touch on a few key elements of the standard. Most of them have been covered today. So yeah, I'll start here with roadworthiness. We make use of the eNETIS system for our renewals. Then we have a centralized database for vehicles and driver information. Vehicle compliance and maintenance. For preventative maintenance, we've got a structured maintenance plan as per our OEM's recommendations, which is Volvo, mostly Volvo. So what happens is Volvo will give us an alert 2,000 kilometers before a truck is due for service. I'll just show it next. This is the example of the notification. Show what happened there. Next slide. Speed and fatigue. So this is the graph. It shows a distance, speeding, and fatigue. The blue line is new era commerce, then the rest is the other population. So you can see the trend there. We've been doing quite well, very well in that front. I think I'll hand over back to myself.
Okay, thank you so much, Mandla. Okay, so with the introduction of RTMS standards and policies within our operations, we've been able to actually get a grip and a hold of a whole lot of things that have been an issue over time when we started with the operation. One of them was insurance claims. So this is just an analysis for the 3 years, which is 2022, 2023, and 2024. So through the introduction of RTMS into our operations, we've been able to reduce our insurance claims, which then speaks to the incidences that we've been having on the road as well. Because now we have policies, we have procedures that even govern the way we operate. So if you just look, I'm not sure if it's visible enough, but we started off, I think in 2022, our claims were up to 783K in a year, and that is solely based on incidences that were caused internally by our own drivers, our own operators as well. And we were able to reduce that in 2023 to 134,000, and that also reduced again in 2024 to a 93K. So that speaks to the value that RTMS and its policies and standards have added into our operations. So we now operate in a much safer manner than we normally did before. And then moving forward, this is just an analysis of actually the operations that Ms. Kathy has spoken to you about that we have in our division in the Western Cape, where we operate road trends, but this specific data speaks to the PBSs that we have down there. So in 2023, the first graph on the top, you will see there that our overloading is on a 0. That's the blue line, and we have tried to keep it at that because, I mean, obviously PBSs carry much more tons, and we need to be very responsible in how we distribute, or rather transport, such heavy loads along the roads. So our overloading has been consistently on a 0. That is as well, that's the case in the 2024 stats as well in the below graph. And then looking at the green graph, it speaks to the average payload, which has been very stable at 45 to 47 tons. And then also looking at the increase in the number of loads that we've been able to do. So in 2023, it's a bit lower than 2024. That speaks to the reliability that we've actually been giving our client, which is Tronox down there in the Western Cape. And it has been able to entrust us with more work as well because of our service delivery. And that is all thanks to RTMS and compliance that we've subscribed ourselves into. And then moving forward, we have also, New Era actually prides itself and in making sure that they implement systems that will help us to be able to yield more profitability, obviously, as well as being able to reassure safety for our drivers and vehicles as well. So we have invested largely on technology that will help us to navigate around our operations, and we have invested in a 24-hour control room. That has been the case for quite a number of years now, and the 24-hour control room is equipped with systems such as Drive Risk, which uses AI, the mobile eye functionality that helps us to manage the fatigue of the driver. So what the system actually does is it inspects the pupil of the eye of the driver. When the driver gets into the truck, it is able to detect if there is some signs of fatigue or anything in terms of the state of the driver at that point. So that system also sends alerts to our control room, fleet controllers rather, that will give us an indication whether the driver is actually fit enough to be doing that trip or not. And then we use such systems as CarTrack that helps us to know the location of our truck at any given point in time. RMS is one of the systems that Mandla actually spoke about earlier on in our presentation that helps us manage our speed, manage our fatigue as well. And then we have a system called Low Tech. So what the system actually does, it helps us to manage our tire pressure. So we get alerts on the tire pressure, and it also, what it does, so, you know, obviously there are some instances where you'll have a slow punch. So what the system helps us with is to inflate the truck up until a certain kilometer, obviously, just so that the driver doesn't happen to run on flat tires. But obviously we do get alerts from our side so that we can tell the driver, okay, you can drive up until this location, and we'll send a service provider who will help you with your slow punch or whatever the case might be. So what these systems have been able to help us with over time, they've helped us to improve on our rand return. Obviously, we've improved as well on our route planning and scheduling. It has created so it has also created visible benchmarks for our performances. So now we are data driven. Whatever decisions we make operationally, they are data driven. It's no longer based on emotions and what we think and through thumb sucking, obviously, but we now have data that we can analyze in order to better plan our performance and operations and where we decide to take the operations to. Then it has also allowed us real-time supply chain visibility and reporting. So we have on-time, real-time data that we can speak to, you know, and also it gives us access to be able to know where our trucks are, as well as just gives us an overview visibility of our operations at any given time. And then lastly, it has also improved our safety on our vehicles as well as our drivers. So in a nutshell, without taking much of your time, we're just going to touch on some of the benefits amongst many other financial benefits that RTMS has been able to add value into our operations. It has helped us to reduce in overloading and speeding incidences, as I did mention. We have reduced in breakdowns, so we no longer have much of downtime because of our maintenance plans and everything that we've put in place that has been able to assist us to make sure that we are running effectively on the road and in a safe manner. And then we have reduced in crashes, the incidences that I've spoken about, insurance claims. We have reduced in our fuel consumption, obviously, and we've increased in fleet availability, reduction in downtime. I've touched down on that, as well as our drivers. I know that we didn't speak much on drivers. I think that has been done by a lot of our colleagues here today. So that has improved our relationship with our drivers, and as well as improved the attitude and motivation that our drivers now have. And that is all because of the implementation of RTMS in our operations. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoyed that.
Thank you, dear. That was marvelous. Thank you so much. So that's interesting. Did you show them the picture of your road trains, the one in Tronox in the Western Cape? But that was on the video. The one was there, yeah. So it's different to the PBS. This one's got how many trailers? It's a road train. That's exciting. That's quite amazing. And how long have you had that contract? Since 2020? 2020. See, I remember. How cool is that? Okay. So now next up online, it's going to be a presentation by Bradley Shinmagan from Coca-Cola Bottling South Africa. And I think he's online, is he not? Yes. Is he going to jump in?
Bradley, if you can unmute yourself and talk to us, let's just see if we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. Harry, can you hear me?
Yes, Bradley, and you can kindly share your presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, can everyone see my presentation?
Just a moment, we're setting up this site. We'll be with you in a second.
Okay.
Okay, Bradley, we can see your presentation.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. My apologies for not being there in person due to later commitments in Johannesburg. I was unable to travel to Witbank today. Would have loved to be in there to network with everyone, but nevertheless, technology has afforded me the opportunity to present to you today. I also like to take the opportunity to thank the Transport Forum and the committee for, on behalf of CCBSA, on us able to present our case study today. Okay, just what we're going to be going through quickly. Just our overview of our RTMS journey that we've embarked on, as well as our PBS program and a lot of the benefits that we've seen being part of the RTMS family. I just wanted to share some sentiments.
Bradley, sorry to interrupt you. There's a dialog box, middle center of your screen, bottom center, that you can just hide there. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Just a message from our MD, Rakesh Rajbali. This is being part of Coca-Cola Global. We are embarked on a journey of zero is possible. And a message from Rakesh, in line with our route to market safety strategy. And as we seek to achieve zero as possible, approach to safety, he reminds us that road safety is everyone's responsibility. And he wants us to remain vigilant and uphold the culture of respecting the road we travel on. So that's our message from our MD. And on our benefits of RTMS, Oliver would have touched on, and a lot of the presentations that were shared would have given you the benefits of RTMS accreditation. For us, the main reason for us joining RTMS and being part of the program was we wanted to really reduce our number of accidents. We wanted to improve drivers and maintain road-worthy vehicles. But most of all, we want to have safer roads on South Africa. And with that comes a lot of benefits with RTMS. You know, our reputation is a big part of it. Being such a global brand and being part of such a program shows our commitment to safety. Even though we might not be a logistics company per se, we are a manufacturing company, but our logistics is a big part. And we know we play a massive part in South Africa with our fleets, and we want to contribute to much safer roads as well. So we will do everything we can in our power to ensure that we are safe. Just on our journey to care, these are some of our road safety initiatives that we've taken. We started our implementation of RTMS in 2018, and you can see that it has been a bit of a journey for us. You'll see as I continue. We wanted to focus a lot on drivers, driver medicals, on the fatigue monitoring, our action campaigns in the 2018, and that was focused on compliance. In 2019, we wanted to improve our system, so we brought on training programs. We purchased simulators that we allowed us to train our drivers at our various sites and ensure that they are up to the standard that we needed them to be, and as RTMS required as well. With that being said, our model that we have in our business is an owner-driver model, where a lot of our owner drivers are business owners. They own the companies, and we manage them. And that's part of the challenge, is bringing them on board and ensuring that they are also compliant with us. But we treat them as our own drivers and making sure that we are all compliant. In 2020, we moved on to monitoring and auditing, where we went to telematics monitoring, action committee process, where it was rolled out to all our sites to ensure that all accidents were investigated correctly, and we went down to the root causes to see how we can prevent further accidents. 2021, we saw road safety enhanced. Our team was recertified in that from the time 2018 to present. We have retained our accreditation, but we went a step further. We improved our training material, especially in the COVID years that came upon us. We were able to direct and protect our drivers outside in trade. 2022, we focused on waste reduction. That came a lot with how do we reduce our accidents? How do we instill more safety awareness? And our fleet inspections came out. We continue to push our driver training, and then we implemented a drug testing for our drivers to ensure that we have drivers that were healthy, strong, and drug-free on our roads. In 2023, we called it the Step Up, where we implemented the RTMS risk violation dashboard, which is our cameras that popped up all our driver violations, seatbelt compliance, drivers talking on their cell phones. And we wanted to really tap into how do we reduce drivers behaving poorly on the roads via our cameras. So we developed a lot of those dashboards where our managers were able to focus and really drive on the drivers that needed the attention. In 2024, stabilizing the foundations that we had, we were able to roll out a route to market maturity surveys to our business. We worked on a logistics safety master plan, which was a massive drive in line with Coca-Cola Global's safety plan. And we have reportedly, we've dropped and reduced our driver violations by 50%, which we're extremely proud of. And with that momentum in 2025, we have now embarked on a journey of implementing AI cameras and new telemetry rollout, where we want the cameras to start coaching the drivers on their journeys. We want to be able to train and coach drivers to become better. We want to strive for excellence on the roads. We are also moving towards driver recognition and reward. We feel that putting out the whoop the whole time doesn't work, but recognizing and rewarding drivers will create a better culture when it comes to safety. And that's one of our massive drives that we've got going forward. Just on some of our campaigns and some of our results from our trainings, from last year, we have achieved a 99% training completion amongst all our sites on our respective road, where we created videos that the drivers could view with material they could read, and it covered topics like drug and alcohol, respecting the road. What are the top contributing factors to road fatalities? Driver health and safety was massive, and our pre-trip inspections as well as our safe site traffic rules was a big talking point for us. Okay, a little bit more detailed when it came to our RTMS audits. We wanted to share from 2022 to 2024 how we have performed as a business. As you can see on your left-hand side, the circle represents how many majors when we started in 2022. We had 30 major findings from JC auditors. In 2023, we reduced it down to 16. And last year, we only had 3 major findings that came out of the RTMS audit. Our concerns are the minors now, where we've picked up 39 for last year. And we know if we don't attend to those, they will result in majors in the next audit. So we try to focus and get our sites to really zone in on how do we improve, and we do not want to have repeat findings going forward. On your left-hand side, or your right-hand side, you would see our sites, how they performed versus major and minor from 2023 versus 2024. There were some sites that were higher than others due to their massive sizes, whilst we had sites that just purely performed so well that they almost had no findings from their audits. Okay, PBS journey. If you look at it, we started in 2018 and we started off with 3 PBS units. As you can see through our journey, we have now increased it up to 15 PBS units with a plan to increase it by additional 2 units in this year if everything goes well. But that's our journey, and the reason why we wanted to join the RTMS accreditation or get certification was mainly to obtain those PBS permits that allow us to transport all of these goods. Later on, you will see there is significant benefits when it comes to using PBS vehicles on the roads, and I'll show you that a bit later. I just wanted to give a shout out to JC Auditors that we've always had open communication with them, and they've always provided us excellent advice when we needed it, and always giving us the latest material, especially when it comes to the Smart Truck program. As you can see, we're now on version 35 of the Smart Truck program that focuses a lot on actual purchasing of used units or used PBS trucks in the system. How do you go about purchasing, commissioning of the combinations, and also what tire sizes? It's got a little bit more specific what you should be using, and then also additional monthly data on PBS to be submitted to the Department of Transport. So a lot of those comes up. Our response to that, we've updated our training material to align with the latest version. We as CCBSA have committed to always continue to purchase new PBS vehicles when we need. We've moved from Volvo now to Mercedes truck tractors, just to align all our fleets because we are Mercedes based, and our fleet department has also updated with all the requirements. Okay, just some of our challenges that we're experiencing is that a lot of our service providers that we have within our business has to be taken through this material. They have to be trained. They have to align with our standards, and that takes some time. But we've received full commitment that they will abide by all the rules that is stipulated in the Smart Truck program. Okay. Just our PBS model, it just carries 44 pallets, the current truck that we have for the trailer. Why PBS? We want to reduce our primary distribution costs. Safety is a big part. The turning angles are much better than your standard trucks, and they perform much better. And then obviously our reduction in carbon emissions due to reduced number of vehicles. So that's an excellent reason of why having this PBS units. And just our PBS routes, as you can see, we travel from Perseverance to the coast to Polokwane up in the north. We are trying, and Uppington inland, we are trying to get a permit for Phoenix route. We are hoping that that will happen soon. There has to be a lot of work done from our side with regards to entrance and turning angles into our sites or getting to our sites. So we're still working on that with the department, and we will work on getting approval for that. So 21 routes in total, 15 PBS units. We work in 5 provinces, and we have 21 delivery locations. Okay. Okay, so the interesting part of it. Over a 5-year period, our PBS operational stats and savings have come up to this. In our first 3 years, what we've noticed is that we weren't really utilizing our PBS to its full capacity. And we wanted to, in 2023, we really looked at how do we maximize this vehicles. And as you can see, as the numbers show at the bottom, from 2023, we've really ramped it up. And in total, we've reduced the number of vehicles that we would have to use to transport the same amount of volume, which was 10,158 loads. We reduced it by 65%, less trucks to transport the same amount of volume. We also reduced our number of loads by 48%, as well as our kilometers traveled. by 48% and 32%, and our carbon emissions by 48%. And overall, we were able to travel almost 3 million kilometers with the 15 trucks over the 5-year period, and we were able to reduce our carbon emissions by 2,771 tons. If I equate this to a number, in the first 3 years, from 2020 to 2022, we were able to save around 6 million rand. From 2023 to 24, that jumped up to a 34 million rand saving, and in total, we've saved around 40 million rand just by running our PBS in this operation. Okay. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I just want to leave you with the quote with the great Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. And that's exactly what it is. But we know that this is a journey, and we will continue to do our best as CCBS. I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to and wish you well for the rest of the Transport Forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Bradley. That was great. That was interesting. I was in Bloemfontein, Mangaung last week, and I saw the beautiful PBS abnormal Coca-Cola truck come past. It's quite exciting. Really good. Thank you. Alrighty. Now the last presentation of the day, Dr. Paul Nordengen. I've already given his pedigree, but now he's actually going to speak about his passion project, which is PBS, and he'll give an update. Young George, thank you for yours. You asked a question about PBS. I think it'll be enlightening, so I can present it to you. And then after young Dr. Paul, then it's going to be for lunch. And did I not say we're going to finish on time? We will. We will. Okay, Dr. Paul, it is yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut my presentation from an hour and a half down to an hour. So because of the time constraints. No, and I was actually going to present Jabula Plantire's presentation. Unfortunately, Sean Nadir couldn't join us today. He had to attend a funeral, but I'm not going to present it. Harry has got it. So if any of you would like a copy, you can email the Transport Forum and he will send you a PDF version without the video, I guess, because that makes it very big. But Jabula Plantire actually were one of the first very early adopters of, one of the very early adopters. In fact, when it was still the ARP 067 standard 11 years ago. So they've been involved for a very long time. And the graphs in Sean's presentation show the benefits, improved fuel consumption, less breakdowns, etc., etc. But because we're way behind time now, I'm not going to, I was going to go through it fairly quickly, but I won't. And what I'm going to do now is to try and go through my presentation as quickly as possible. The issue, I think quite a few of you are familiar, higher up, okay. Quite a few of you are familiar with PBS. It's performance-based standards, and it allows high-capacity vehicles to operate on the network on approved routes. We've got a number of challenges at the moment. It's quite amazing what we have achieved over the last 20 years in South Africa compared to other countries around the world. When we started, we were the 4th country, and now there are at least 20 countries around the world that are going for this high-capacity vehicles. Because of the constraints of you can't keep building new roads, there are more and more trucks on the road. In many countries, the rail transport is either at capacity or it's failing, like as in the case in South Africa. And so something has to be done to transport all this freight on the road network without causing undue congestion and deterioration of the roads. And the PBS approach is definitely a way that can address that. So if you don't mind, I might skip over a couple of slides. But fundamentally, trucks are unstable. Compared to cars, they are unstable. And these are just a couple of clips. This clip, you can see how slow the truck is moving. If you look at the bottom, 29 miles an hour or so. He's not traveling very fast at all, and yet he actually rolls over. And this one was in Pinetown a few years ago. And basically the regulations cannot address the problem of vehicle instability. And so that's one of the big benefits of a performance-based approach, is that you do computer simulation and you see how the vehicle performs doing certain fairly aggressive maneuvers. And there are certain design tips that you can include in your design, not like rocket science, really. It's, you know, the position of the hitch, or the wheel track, or the stiffness of the suspension, or adding additional stabilizer bars that make the vehicle more like a Porsche as opposed to an i10. It's just, it looks fairly, the vehicle looks fairly similar, but it's just a lot safer. So as I say, I'm kind of going through this quickly. We had, when we started with this project 20 years ago, we said, well, let's run a pilot project in South Africa. Australia is different from South Africa. New Zealand's different from South Africa. You know, people were saying, we've got terrible drivers here. Maybe this whole high capacity PBS thing won't work in South Africa. So that's why we started the pilot project. We got approval from the National Department of Transport. And the idea was to monitor certain key indicators to see what the benefits were. So it includes road wear. It includes congestion, safety, productivity, emissions, and queuing. I mean, well, an obvious thing, and it's been mentioned before by George, that, you know, less trucks on the road means less trucks to queue at border posts, at ports, at mines, at power stations. Since then, 2004, when we established the committee, a lot of research has been done around the world about the use or the benefits of a PBS approach for high capacity vehicles. So we're not alone. This is not something that we, you know, some people think, oh, it's just the transport operators. They just want higher payload so they can make more profit. And that's it. It's not. It is much bigger thing, bigger picture to this. So we developed a strategy document. There's a rules document that explains exactly how an operator gets involved. The prerequisite is that you need to be RTMS certified. We said for these special vehicles, which are high tech, higher payloads, potentially more difficult to drive, we can't have the sort of fly-by-nights that don't service their vehicles and they speed and the drivers are driving too many hours. So the RTMS is kind of a screening device to say, if you want to participate in this project, we want to make sure that you're running a reasonably professional fleet. And it's largely based on the Australian scheme, which has been in legislation since 2008. And I'll show you the statistics right at the end. There's a number of maneuvers, as I said, that's on the left, a high-speed lane change, a slow-speed turn, and then all the things on the right are the so-called performance standards. And they ensure there are 20 of them altogether. And the design that you choose with its higher payload, it could be a longer vehicle, it may not be a longer vehicle, that vehicle must pass all 20 performance standards, then it gets approved as a PBS design. And then you can use it, you can apply to the relevant provinces. So this is this just shows from Australia. It's a good example. So the first one is a truck tractor semi-trailer doing the 90-degree turn. This is swept path, what we call low-speed swept path. The second one is also a prescriptive, it's not a PBS vehicle, but it's two trailers. You can see how it starts to cut in on the opposing lane. That's 19 meters. This one is a 20 meter, but it's a PBS vehicle. So it's been designed in terms of the hitch position and the fifth wheel positions. It performs better, even though it's 1 meter longer. This one is 25 meters. It's a prescriptive vehicle in Australia. It's not a PBS vehicle, but you can see it's got very poor tracking performance, off tracking. We call it off tracking. Cuts right into the lane. And the last one is a 26 meter PBS vehicle. And that has been, again, it may have steer axles at the back. The position of the hitch and that is very important. And you can see it performs almost as well as the first vehicle. So that's a very good illustration to say it's not about what the vehicle looks like. I mean, it's a 26-meter vehicle. It's how it performs. And that's the fundamental difference between a performance-based approach and what we call a prescriptive approach. This one shows the first timber vehicle. The one on the left is the baseline. It's a standard truck. And it was one of the first two PBS vehicles. It failed this high-speed transient off-tracking. You can see how unstable the trailer is, largely to do with the hitch position, but also the suspension. And then the one on the right, where is it? Oh, why is this thing not? I can't see the mouse here. Oh, no, it's moving. There we go. You see how much more stable that one on the right is. It's 27 meters, it's 67.5 tons. So it's a high capacity vehicle, but it performs a lot better. We also do some field testing. This was done at Gerotech, high speed lane change maneuver, side tipper with these bladders in. It had water in, but this is now work that to validate your computer modeling, because most of this was all done using computer modeling, and it's very important to validate that your black box that you're using on your computer is giving realistic results that are true to what's actually happening on the road. So this was University of Pretoria, Tokoloho Kamano doing his PhD. Well, he's finished it, and he was doing his PhD. This one shows a static rollover threshold, which is another very, very important dynamic performance standard. And it's the blue one is the baseline vehicle, and the red one is the 30-meter A-double PBS vehicle, which SA Breweries and Coca-Cola have been using for a number of years now. And you speed up the vehicle until the vehicle rolls over. And as you speed up the vehicle on a curve, the lateral force increases. As you know, when you go around a corner, you get this sideways force. So as you accelerate, that force increases until either the truck or the trailer rolls over, and you measure that, and it's got to be a minimum. So area. Oh, there's the mouse. Okay. So now you see the vehicle is increasing speed. The baseline vehicle, which is a standard truck, failed at 0.27 G. It failed quite badly. It's got to be at least 0.35 G before that vehicle rolls over, which was the case for this, what we call a double 30-meter, sort of 83 tons. So that's a very important performance standard. So you can look at a truck, you can't tell what's the static rollover threshold. You can't measure it. You have to do a computer simulation. But some trucks have got a low static rollover threshold, so they're much less stable. And other trucks, especially the PBS vehicles, have got a much higher static rollover threshold, which means they can endure a much higher sideways force before they roll over. And you can also do it at Gerotech. We did use a tilt table, and you tilt the vehicle until eventually it doesn't, well, it can't roll over because you've got chains to stop it from rolling over. But that angle there, when it actually lifts off the ground, represents the static rollover threshold. So this is now, you can see it's looking a little bit more deeper into the behavior of a truck. And this is all based on research that was done overseas, mainly in the United States. On infrastructure, all I can say is that we look at the tire imprint and how the vehicle impacts on the road, and all the PBS vehicles do less road damage per ton of payload than the baseline vehicles. And one of the main reasons with side tippers is the dual tires versus single tires. So single tires on an axle with 8 tons does a lot more damage than dual tires on an axle at 9 tons. So all the PBS vehicles you'll see have got dual tires, and some of them significantly less road wear than the baseline vehicle. And that's unfortunate that most people, when they see a big 30-meter rig, they thought, oh, you're going to destroy the roads, you know. But actually the opposite is true, because you've got sometimes a 25% reduction in the number of trips. In fact, with these A-doubles with 2 containers, that's a 50% reduction in trips. So not only is the vehicle more road friendly, but you've got less trips. I'm going to skip through this, but this basically says that These high capacity vehicles that we are allowing on the road network with the on particular routes, A, they must pass the performance-based standards, and B, they must be part of an RTMS certified fleet. This was at the end of December last year, or 2023. We had to update the evaluation report for the DOT, but currently there's over 2,500 PBS vehicles that are currently running, mostly in the eastern part of the country. And it's mainly in mining, forestry, and also fuel. Those are the kind of the big sectors. There is a growing interest from the agricultural sector to use PBS vehicles for transporting grain and fruit and other things. And there you can see the increase in the participation. And right now, there are just over 80 transport operators that are running PBS vehicles. So it's grown quite considerably. I think I'll skip through these photos quite quickly. These are just some of the photos. This is a road train down in KwaZulu-Natal, which started from Richards Bay to Sappi-Saikor, south of Durban, because the rail stopped that contract. They were transporting a large volume of timber from Richards Bay down to Sappi-Saikor, and that stopped, that railway contract stopped about 3 years ago. And the KZN DOT said they'll accept this vehicle. It's got about a 60-ton payload and much fewer of them on the N2 than if it was standard vehicles. This is Namibia. They're running, it's going slowly. That's a double container, A-double, that transports frozen fish. And this is the Coca-Cola one. And then those are the benefits that we've measured up to the end of last year. So it's on average a 31% reduction in kilometers. We've seen this from some of the case studies earlier. 28% reduction, sorry, the 31% reduction in trips, 28% reduction in kilometers, that's compared with standard trucks. 12% on average reduction in fuel, that's fuel efficiency. And then a 40% reduction in crashes. And some people, like at the DOT, said, no, that doesn't sound right. Can't be true. Can't be a 40% reduction in crashes if these bigger vehicles on the road. But I'll show you now, in Australia, they've measured even a bigger reduction. And then on average, a 12% reduction in road wear. So in Australia, they've actually measured, I got the data now up till the end of 2024, 55% reduction in major crashes with their PBS project in Australia. So our 40% is definitely not out of line. The Australian project has grown considerably from 2008, which is about when we started the project. They now have over 25,000 PBS vehicles. So they've got 10 times more PBS vehicles than we have here. And you can see last year they approved something like almost 6,000 PBS vehicles on the road. So 25,000, I think they've got 110,000 heavy vehicles. So they're approaching almost a quarter of their entire heavy vehicle fleet in Australia of PBS vehicles. I've gone through this really quickly. I think that the challenge that we have now is that we're waiting for National DOT to give guidance on the way forward. And Ian spoke a bit earlier. We've engaged through quite a bit of frustration because the first evaluation report was submitted 5.5 years ago to the National DOT with recommendations from the CSIR. And we still haven't had a concrete response. But I am aware that so the NLCC recommended, after engagements with them, they felt that we should extend the pilot project for another 3 years because SANRAL has got some concerns of some additional research that should be done. And we acknowledge that. We need to satisfy all the stakeholders, in particular SANRAL. So as far as I'm aware, there's a submission now to the minister to probably to extend the project for another 3 years, which will mean then that the Free State, Mpumalanga and Limpopo will continue issuing new concept approvals because that's the problem right now. is that some provinces are issuing allowing new projects like KZN, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, but not so with Free State and Mpumalanga and Limpopo. And that's causing a lot of headaches for many operators. For example, replacing truck tractors. When the time is ready for replacing the truck tractors, you may not be able to replace it with exactly the same make and model, which means you need a new concept approval. So we're really hoping now that there will soon be a decision from the National DOT, and then we'll know where we stand. So that's just as quickly as possible my overview of the PBS project. Thank you.
As usual, so not that it is usual, it's unusual, and it's amazing and fantastic. So that's the end of the day in terms of all presentations. I know I've spoken to various people and it's been quite exciting. Hi, Harry. Let me just whisper. I'm not going to say it all over again. I'm sure you heard what I said, but essentially, thank you so much. Great presentations. And the presenters and all the partners, thank you very much. You made this day very possible. We also want to give a little shout out to the lady from the guest house, Eunice and her team. Edward particular was very helpful, so they made the day possible. Young Harry, also for you, and Jan over there. Really, thank you so much. And we're looking forward to having more. We have many lined up, many more. We've also got a great one also in KZN already confirmed for the 8th of May. And I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us and for the presentations, which I think were awesome. There's a lot of time and effort, and it's just amazing to see. And we're looking forward to some more. So what we're going to do now, we can do a lucky draw, Harry?
Thank you, Kathy. We're just going to say goodbye to the online audience. Thank you very much, guys, for joining. And we're looking forward to seeing you again in the nearby future.
Okay. Can I do the draw, young Harry? But I'm going to do a draw, yeah.
Let's first say what the draw is about.
Oh, Harry's going to tell you what the draw is about. Oh, and then the food is ready. The harvest table is ready. So please help yourselves. There's more to come. We'll keep on filling it up. So please make sure that you've now filled and nourished your soul. Now you're going to nourish your body.
Yeah, this is sponsored by the Transport Forum. It's a very nice wireless speaker and FM AM clock radio. So there are 2 draws from the Transport Forum.
Okay, so are you saying I draw? That like this, okay, so I'll say thumbs up. Okay, I'll see not time look. Okay, so I'm gonna grab one. I'm gonna grab another one. But
Yeah, this is for the alarm clock.
Berry Mashiane, Crossroads Distribution. Thank you. Just back to you. For the Polaroid speaker. There we go. Young Mary, thank you so much. Thank you. I want to take a picture. Okay. So thank you so much. The next one is another two. That was Joe for me. Mr. Eddie Mashubuku, Director Noble. Well done. Well done.